Huh. Hi, Abel. Arson, we've been playing a tabletop just about every Friday for like the past almost month. Goober. Goober. Nah, bullies. Bullies. Pushes over. Hi, Abel. That's what you sound like. That's what you sound like. It is Arson. You sound exactly like that. It is photorealistic. Yes. Wait. No. But also, pushes over.
Is anybody supposed to get some rest?
Just shoot my cow? That motherfucker shot my cow. How come you gonna shoot somebody's cow? Cow ain't do nothing. It's a cow. This is cow harassment? Yes, I killed them and then I took their head off to make sure that they were extra dead. Queenie, you can't harass a cow. You can't. It's against the rules.
Take home a painting of our pristine mountain landscape.
Pristine. Pushes V over.
Come in, dear. Come in. This is Auri. I'm afraid we've been picked rather clean. People suddenly see value in gold and silver again. Fancy that.
Artisan's Corner has everything you need to make your next survival project a success.
Person's level 500. If they'd actually been able to hit me, I would have probably just exploded.
What can the captain get ye?
Yee. Licks Apple's nose.
All of our trophies were bagged by guests of the hotel.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that, Eggy, but welcome in. Close to vacation day. Do not tempt fate, Eggy. Elf wisdom of the day is... Whenever you have a plan or something in front of you that you're aiming to try and go for, it is best to retain as many advantages as you can in order to execute that plan. But afterwards, you can diversify and go into things that you want to do, such as eating ice cream. I would offer the possibility of delivery. You might try that. In some ways, yes, Abel. In some ways, yes. Knowledge. Elf Wisdom of the Week? I just delivered Elf Wisdom, V. Are you wanting another Elf Wisdom? Ah, Wisdom of the Day. I'll think about it, Eggy. Let's see. Elf wisdom of the week is do not be afraid to try new things, especially in things that you end up cooking. There are several things like kimchi or other little fermented things that you can end up doing that are very tasty, very unique, very cool, that will diversify your diet and, in turn, make you a little bit happier. Elf wisdom.
Hello? Someone there?
Nope. Monthly Elf Wisdom only comes with a subscription to Elf Monthly, which is like a magazine that doesn't exist. Super mutant! Shouldn't have been evil, V. He's trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me, and he didn't want to be kneecapped, and he shouldn't have been trying to kill me and has such vulnerable knees. Thank you. Please do not eat me with melted cheese. However, you can eat the cheese. Good. Welcome in, Squidster. How's Tia doing? I was a little too busy with my lizard to stop in on her stream before I started mine. No, Aries! Explore that. Rubber, 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 rubber. Okay, fine. That's acceptable. Yeah. Manually wiggles elf ears. If only. Aries does get poofy when she's happy. Let's see. Water, daily quest, event Graham's meat cook, canine. Ba, 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 ba. Active terminal. Sure. This was Mothman shit.
It's been weeks since I chased Auri on a hawk. And I feel like I've wasted all of it trying to convince JD that he was better off without her. I finally thought I was getting through. Until I was cleaning up our cabin. All the goddamn notes they've been passing to each other. Instead of heading out to hunt, that hijo de perra's been stabbing me in the back by giving Brianna some of our supplies. After everything I've sacrificed for our family, how could he do this to me? When he gets back from today's hunt, we're gonna have a little chat about Brianna Hawk.
Babseki takes Featherback, gives to Aries.
Look the other way.
Squidster, you cannot use my ears as handlebars. Also, what are you using them as handlebars for, hmm? You're welcome, Aries. Hi, Aurin. Remember, Eggy, bird feathers are important to bird. Ruff's Apple. If you want feather, you ask bird. Gives Aries back her feather. Gently dabs Aries.
We
Pet,
were at
pet,
our
pet.
bunker when the Scorch Beasts attacked Harper's Ferry. It took them less than an hour to burn the place down. When the attack was over, I thought Brianna was dead, and that JD would return to his old self. When he didn't, I became suspicious. Then, Brianna shows up at our cabin with a small group of survivors, and everything became clear. She had conned JD, played him this entire time, pretending to love him, to give herself and her friends an invite to our bunker. Well, there was no way I was gonna let that happen. I told her she could march right back to her cave and find her own place to survive. When JD tried to stop me, I had to knock him out. That's when Brianna's people pushed back, and I fired some shots in the air to scare them away. Now I have to deal with JD.
Chicken pizza's actually really good,
Damn, is he
Squidster.
gonna be pissed.
I haven't had pizza in a while. Make a layout. Yeah, nice little setup here. Squidster, there is a tabletop game going on later today, if that's what you're referring to. Otherwise, yeah, chat's just occasionally like that. I do my best to care for the bird. She is soft and very pretty. Bah. Hi, Nom. Petey, no. Hmm. Revive an ally as a side quest. Honestly, Aaron, I would probably use that as a, as my reroll. Hi, Slip. Ah, side quest. Well, that's a little annoying. Ugh. It appears you might be Squidster. You are not a baby, but you are the chat baby. No, I'd prefer the ecosystem to remain steady, Aries. Moonshine. I don't think you're stupid, Slip. What makes you think you're stupid? No, you cannot, Eggy. It's okay, Squid. It'll take some time, but perhaps you too will get a thingy beside your name. Alright, go on, Slip. And you forgot? Uh, there are a couple of little games and whatnot like that that I'm aware of. Stream Avatars is one of the most popular one. That might have been it, maybe? Hmm. Hopefully not a bad butt burn, eh, Slip? Eh. Oh no. Oh no, Slip. Oh no. Hat squid. A lot of Molotovs. Let's see. Any survivors, that's for sure. Hmm? Hey, a fondue. Don't think anybody around here made it. Mm. But how am I gonna get the game to recognize that? Hmm. It's clear down here. Yeah, Eggy.
I don't even know how to say it, but JD's dead. I've murdered my own brother. After I found out he'd been stealing our supplies for Brianna Hawk, I couldn't wait. So I rushed out and found him scouting the ridge. I have a hard time remembering the rest. I don't know if he slipped or if I pushed him too hard, but my brother, he fell. He's dead, and it's all my fault. When Brianna found out what happened, she gathered her group and hit the cabin with everything they had. They wanted me dead.
I mean, yeah, they did.
I killed them all. But they got in a lucky shot. And, I don't think I'm gonna last that much longer. Probably better this way. This whole thing reminds me of how much I read. Everyone who hates his brother is a murderer. Know that no murderer has eternal life present in him. I guess,
Yeah, cough drops are
I
tasty.
proved that one right.
Well, it kind of depends on the cough drop. I actually really like the Ricola cough drops. Ricola. Ain't money. A rod, Num?
Let's call this one a cautionary tale about self-destructive behavior.
A rod, huh? Your first thing about something to soothe your throat. That tastes good is something rod shaped. Nah. No. That's not enough of a defense, dude. No.
Target acquired. My insult for you was well crafted, witty, a true masterwork. Then I saw you and decided to save it for someone who will understand.
Nice.
Ah, ah.
I don't know what you're talking about, Num. Pushes over.
Nothing personal.
Sorry, Eggy, I don't have a throat-soothing rod, I think is what we would say here. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Making things up. I can't believe you would just slander someone like that. Excuse you, Slip. They are not. Yeah. Pushes Abel over. Can you hear that? Aries! I like you too, Nom. You too, Aries. Mwah. Buh. Rods and cones. They're in your eyes. Pinch his Aries nose. Be good. The thing casting firebolt at me. I can too, Aries. Pushes over. I love you too, Slip. And Nom, they can vary in size pretty significantly. They are both my musculature and the actual, structure of my body, so... Noodles. Do not eat the worms. I need them. Spritzes. Spritzes, Nom. Aries, you get a nose pinch. Nom gets the spritz. I'm simply correcting a moment of misbehavior. You cannot correct what is irredeemable. They are indeed bullying me with various implications. Nice. This is certainly a start. No, Eggy, you can't. This is certainly a start to the energy for the tabletop tonight. No, I'll just bite you, Aries. Bold conclusions, Eggy. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I think that's a specific genre, V. Wonder if there'll be any power armor around this one, because that would be kind of nice.
Raleigh gave the all clear. Not sure what I expected, but it definitely wasn't this. I knew the government would get us nuked. Easy population control that you could just blame on the Chinese. Get rid of the unwanted lower class, cherry-pick the middle. Leave the government and military to restore whatever order they want. Look at this place. Have fun restoring this infected mess of a world, you dipshits.
No, Eggy. Pinch his nose. Yeah, for those involved with this, there is not actually any shade thrown. Also, the other day, I couldn't dare to create mess. Not only is the water purifier busted, air purifier's gone to hell too. Fine things to find their way through the concrete wall, right into the machinery. I don't know. I think I like being bullied, Aries, but I'm very resilient to it, and it doesn't actually bother me. Because, as has been discussed, I am Sussy Baka, Japanese word for noodle. You're a goofball, Nom. I hope you know that. Greetings! You're lucky that piece of paper was there.
Had the picture on it, Mr. 555. I always feel just a little bit bad for that his mom was about, but it sounds like he was a pretty good dancer, so good for him.
It's true, Nom. Yeah, Aries. Nah, pushes Aries over. Yes, you are, Eggy. adding an extra word to it doesn't mean it's true. Kind of far away. Outside of max range. Well, not really, but far enough that I don't want to do it. Night night, Slip. Get some good rest. Yeah. Pushes areas over. Picks Eggy up. Pats Eggy. Sets down. Y'all are rambunctious today, I see. Obviously, this is all that chaotic nom energy. Pinches Aries' nose. Also, I can't wave. Because I can't control my hands yet. At least not in... It's true, Nom. Not quite plastic. But there are some limitations to my little model. For now. With enough beans, I shall become even more large and unstable. I believe, is it elite motion egging? It's probably elite motion because it's one of the only ones on the market that really does a decent job. It's a it's actually on my throne. I believe Girl DM has elite motion. You can also sort of make an approximation of it with like a decent camera, but not.
You will be sacrificed to the divine light. I can see.
How'd it go, Charlie? Other than the cheater. And yeah, sadly, it seems like already Red Dead isn't really getting any love. Aries. Nightmare card is out now for free. I've heard of that one. Did you play the original RDO or Red Dead 2's RDO, Charlie? Of course a cease and desist happened, because of course it did. Okay. So far, so good, Stellantis. I'm glad you got your bounty wagon. That was the aim. Now that the game has calmed down a little bit, there shouldn't be as many people trying to actually occlude progress or anything like that. Which is nice. Yep. Oop. No, wait. Overweight. Dang it. You buff out. Narp. Good. Maybe, but I've got a lot of carry weight stuff as a normal person, so it's about equal to my power armor's boost. Are you homeless, Eggy? Shush, Rush. Also, welcome in, Rushy. Let's give it a shot anyway. Armor, 45. I actually have less carry capacity in my power armor than I do outside of it. Ow. Ah! Why is it that common? Rush is indeed obsessed with adopts. He even sent me a picture earlier showing someone who was even more addicted than he was, like that would say that he wasn't addicted to it. I don't believe you. Yeah, plastic. That's the... there's the Fallout way. I need all these goodies. Oh, fuck, it's so heavy. Oh yeah, Num, you basically just have like a captive audience there with Rush. You could just make adopts that he likes, and you'll have an unstoppable source of income. Yeah, basically, Charlie. And Stellantis is correct. Eh. Yeah, so far. Scrap and ammo boxes are quite nice. It was my oral fixing. We are not, Charlie. At this point, that's more of a yet kind of thing. Babseggy. I'm fly, Zeggy. Also, Eggy, I went ahead and took a look at the request that you had for me. I do not appear to have a way to do that. You could also, depending on what card it is associated with, just have that card replaced, and then it would slowly, you know, just deprecate. Scum
To
scrimbo.
the gourmands. Human flesh is not acceptable tender here.
Fair.
Wanna buy some junk?
Hey kid, you wanna buy some crap? The robot does not accept fetus currency. He does not. Matter of fact, if you try. Thanks, Eggy. Your existence is also very tolerable. Hi, Duck. And yes, Eggy, I said it that way to tease you. Wow. Yep. I knew it would reach a critical mass at some point, Num.
What?
Aw, Pat's the Eggy. Rush. My respect to you. But please reverse those. That will get far too occlusive. But Pat. Rush is like, I have brought peace to the world!
Hello, greetings. Do you have a claim ticket? Checking claim ticket. Here is your checked item. Thank you for staying with us.
Yeah. Oh, lever gun plan. Alright, Rush, but you gotta remove all of them.
I like knowing that everything I sell spreads anarchy just a little further. You should take up the rating life. Take what you want. Kill people that deserve it.
What? Truly it was, V. Truly it was. I appreciate that you think so too. Oh. Lizard news. Everybody. Lizard news. Addie had her first outside time today. Addie had her first outside time today on her little harness. I did not take pictures this time because I was focusing on making sure that she was comfy and safe, so I have both my hands ready. I took her out there. I set her, first we held her for a little bit, let her kind of like, you know, see stuff and like look around, be a bright, wide-eyed little critter with her tail curled almost far enough up to touch her own head. And we set her down on the grass and she freezes. She's like, New feeling. Lizard. Take a couple of steps. Stop. Look back at me. Mother, where are we? Ate a little bit of clover, because I put her in a clover field, because of course I did. It's adorable. And I think she ate a bug. Pretty sure it was a ladybug, which they have a little bit of toxic in them, but it's more like a tummy ache kind of thing. And like a smell bad kind of thing, so there's no trouble with that. I made sure not to let her eat any bad bugs. She really thought about going after a bee. She thought about it. Don't worry, Charlie. If it had been something that would actually hurt her, I would have stopped her. When I went to pick her up after about 10 to 15 minutes, she did not want to get picked up. She did not want to get picked up. She wanted to stay on the grass and skitter around a little bit more. So we waited a little bit. Tried to pick her up again. She scooted away. She rolled around in the grass a little bit. Not roll, but like does the little lizard wiggle. And after a few more minutes, I was able to pick her up, and she just... It's a happy little critter. She got sun! Yeah.
I was just thinking about the time I sent you out to die because I thought it'd be funny. No hard feelings, eh? You're fine. You survived. Look at all the great things we've accomplished because of it. I'm the best teacher. For me? How thoughtful. Now, let's see. Doesn't appear to be a virus. I could scan for... You know what? Screw it. I could use some excitement. You see? Told you that gal was smart. Like I said, can't rebuild the raiders with Scorched crawling all over the place. Plus, it's not like I'm risking my life here. Always a bonus. So, looks like you got yourself a deal. I'll just take that little uplink off your hands. Abby included instructions on how to install it. Not like I need them. So, you're off the hook there. I guess all you have to do is make it back to her bunker for the next steps. You hear that, Madigan? It's mission accomplished after all.
We must retain the robot for now. Why does she sound familiar, Nom? Huh. That's what you were packing. Yeah, I know you're down there. I got bigger problems. Alright, you wanna be frisky? Hold Alt, I believe, is default. I have mine bound to a thumb button. You know, I know you're there. Do 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 do. Ain't that a kick in the head? Dun, 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 dun. Eye pistol. I played Chivalry 2 back when it first came out. It's actually quite good. I couldn't, if I recall, get a decent group together. But, that was the primary reason why I ended up not doing. Thanks, Eggy. I think I have it on Epic. I actually quite enjoyed the combat of Chivalry. It actually clicked in a similar way that For Honor did. So if we are showing some interest in it, I might be willing to pick up Chivalry and give it a few shakes. Mordhau sucks. That's what happened to Mordhau. Mordhau's main problems are all to do with its, people. I legitimately do not mind goofing off and stuff like that, but a huge portion of the lobbies in Mordhau were just that. Nobody ever actually, you know, played the game. I don't want to play Overwatch 2. Not only because I hate Blizzard, and I don't like Blizzard, and I don't want to support Blizzard, even more than I don't want to support Bethesda, usually. But it's also just not that great. And it's not that I take gaming seriously, Eggy, is that if you're going to play a game, have fun with it. And I do understand having fun with it. But when I say that people were just trolling or goofing off or something like that, in Mordhau, for the first, like, couple of weeks that I played it, I could count on one hand how many matches completed. Or instead of just timing out, or one side getting completely stuffed because there were 5 guys playing through the fire and flames on a loot. It is funny. It is genuinely funny, Eggy. It kind of stops being funny after, like, the 10th match that goes that way. Nom, I've been learning Lua. I've been really enjoying learning Lua. I've been aiming to poke at and approach you for the idea of making a game if I am able to get to the appropriate skill level to actually make it. And I would like for you to do the art for it. The only reason that I'm playing Fallout 76 is that it was just flat out free when I got it. I subscribed to Fallout first because it gave me a lot of fun. So I'm willing to support, at least indirectly, the devs that put the work into it. Concept seemed pretty solid, Eggy. I liked it. And Nom, if I were to do something like that, I would want you to have pretty much entirely the control over the art direction. Absolutely. And if we were to do something like that, presuming that we were the only 2 workers on it and it was just us 2, I would 100% look into like a 50-50 arrangement. Is that acceptable? Money-wise? Okay. Bam, 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 bam. Ugh. I hate bobby pins sometimes. Sorry to intersperse some business, I guess, talk. Oh no, Eggy. We ain't even to the point to call it a game yet. It's true. In this particular instance, Nom, if we were to actually go into something like this, it would be a joint venture, so... I wouldn't, like, if I were to do something like that, I wouldn't end up, like, charging for the coding expertise. If you want to call what I can do with code right now expertise. But we'll see. We will figure out the thingy. Let's find out. It's at 45. Decent speed. Only 3 weight. We've swept most of this zone, so we're good to go. Yeah! Passion project among friends. presuming that I am even capable of actually contributing to something like that, Nom. Because, honestly, Spicer is worlds and above better than I would be at something like that. But I would love to assist if I could. Would the game that you were aiming to make be 2D or 3D, Num? Huh? This is also really macro and far down the line. Like, I haven't made my first program in Lua yet. So, this is down the line. I see, Rush. And, Nom, even despite what we're talking about here, if you see an opportunity to go ahead alongside Spicer with the game that you want to try and make, then please do. You don't have to wait for me to get my teeth cut or anything along those lines. I'd love to see what you make. There are a couple of ideas that I've been chewing on, Nom. What I want my final project to be to actually, like, put something together and show that, hey, I can do a thing with Lua, will be a 2D game of some point that is either a platformer, because this will be like a first project. It'll be a simple platformer, maybe with a little bit of lore and stuff along those lines put into it, about my VTuber stuff. Secondary project, which we could probably poke at together if you want to try that, would be a shimeji. Know what a shimeji is?
Need some ammo, chems, or spiky bits to stab people with? You may find some here.
Yes. I would like to make an elaborate one based on the cons and dwellers.
Please don't stab other customers while they shop.
Yeah. The idea that I have for it, Num, is that you can pull in, like, one dweller, maybe two, because they like having friends. Maybe it has to spawn two, because you always have to have a dweller with another dweller, or they get sage. And basically, what they do is, like, they'll putz around and do a few things, and just kind of, like, be little critters. And given enough time, they'll start to construct little things around the perimeter of the screen. Or you can define space on the screen where you're okay with them constructing things at, and they will follow suit. And they will build up little spaces for themselves, like a little dig. Yeah? You see what I'm going for now? Let's see. So one time there's one. Oh. Just like a little pouty face. Just. Yeah. Maybe the occasional bep or weh. Weh. Yeah. Yep. That's a good one, Nom. Hi, B.
If I do not get more gens soon, I will blow up you.
Hello, Smelly B. You're looking extra smelly today.
I have lots of hobbies. Raiding, murder, raiding.
Oh, I hear an Addie skitter. Ah, she's eating some of the clover I picked for her. Thank you, Nom Nom. There are a lot of things that I'm excited for. There are a lot of things that I want to do.
Solid. Feels so wobbly.
So tell me about your not TOTK style game, Num. Because in order to assist with 3D stuff, it does kind of depend on what engine you want to use. I believe Godot is 3D capable. Uh-oh, what happened to their pet artist?
Look in my desk for a holotape labeled Master. It's got everything you're gonna need to get this done. Then, you're heading to the old armory in Harper's Ferry. You'll need to install the program called Armory Access on the main entrance terminal to get inside. Once it's been uploaded and installed, I've got another recording set up for you, so make sure you're safe enough to hear it. We fled from Harper's after a Scorch Beast attack, so who knows what lives there now. Be careful.
This is a long quest. Different paths, some life stuff. Understood. Also, is the term pet artist offensive in any way? Like, is that a thing? Should I avoid that under normal circumstances? I don't really know. What programming language does does Unreal use? Eh. Anything can be insulting if you try hard enough, right? Nuts, 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 nuts. And Czar, you smell like a goober. I believe that was referred to as a patronage. You can, plastic. You can smell like peanuts if you want to. I could... I've been craving something. There is a little steakhouse where I usually get bugs for Addie. And I want to get a steak and a bloomin' onion from there. I'm not gonna, because it's expensive as fuck, but it's good. Okay, cool, Nom. Once I get my teeth in Lua, I'll determine whether or not I want to split off to Godot, and depending on the time frame, I'll either go into Godot or go into C++ to assist you with that. C#. They're so good, B. You're a flat, B. Pushes over. Pushes B over again. Pushes B over a third time. I don't know what blueprinting looks like. So, okay. So, Warudo actually does something like that for making things move and stuff. What is with this lag? Come on now. No, it ain't me. I think that I'm going to spend some of my free time tonight after the tabletop. I might end up doing a little bit of coding practice. Step right up. We need the Epic's game launcher makes sense, I guess. Nom, I will say, have you taken a look at some of the recent stuff? 9 o'clock, Nom. The little blurb that I put in the announcements channel should update to your local time when it actually starts. So it's 9 o'clock for me, which means 1 more hour. I think I said fully what I said. Maybe I didn't. Nom, have you taken a look at some of the? 1 second, Nom. Copy link. Bah. Welcome. I think I got distracted again. Nom, have you seen a couple of the things that that Unreal Engine and whatnot has been doing associated with their stuff? Same, Nom. High fives. Forgets why hand is in air. Oh! I think there has been a little bit of a controversy for...
Scenario 2. Semi-ideal. You made it. And maybe Harper's Ferry is not the nasty Scorchbeast nest I assumed it was. Now that you're in, you need to get to Raleigh's terminal and use that master holotape to
I think
download
there
his
was
routing
something about
schematics.
Unreal that was being a little bit
You
weird,
need to set
too.
up the communication network for the uplinks and tie everything together. Bad news is, Raleigh fortified the armory to protect our research against the Brotherhood of Steel after they stopped playing nice. There's no outside access to the security we wired up there for safety purposes, so you may need to dodge a few turrets. So, if all goes well, you'll be hearing from me soon enough.
Pat's the Czar. To be fair, Freyrin kind of deserves it. Make a free stim pack. Children is the Kendrick Lamar of anime. That's good. I don't remember exactly where I heard something like it, Gnome, but like, if you don't see anything, don't take it too much to heart, because I may have just conflated it with the other one. Oh, shoot, little fella. I got power armor. Oil. I don't think so, Eggy. Oh, hello. Gotta make sure I'm well fed. Come on, little fella. Turn the other direction.
Hopefully, my network predictions were successful.
Get
and
good
you're
food, Czar.
legitimately triggering this next message. If not, I guess I'm speaking to no one, and none of this is going to matter. But I digress. You want to find Senator Sam Blackwell's terminal, and use the master holotape to download the files we need. It should be fun, since you get to visit the one and only Charleston Capitol building. Still intact last I saw. Then, find the nearest relay tower.
Same,
upload
Nom.
all that hard-earned data. Piece of cake, right? Right.
I was hoping there was a way for me to do this.
Jesus. What am I even doing? This is hopeless. Damn, still recording.
I mean, yeah, but I wanted to be sneaky. Sometimes you want to be sneaky, Nom. Alright. That'd be pretty cool, Czar. And I believe there is a faction similar, or at least trying to go that route. Remember the Brotherhood Outcasts? With the edgy black and red power armor? Hi, Aggie. Eh. Thanks, Nom. That's nymph. Nom, what color would you make your power armor? Well, it's a good thing they canceled out, Czar. Thanks, Rush. Gotta love picking up trash. Black and purple or purple and green. Those are good choices. Hmm. Laser pistol. Trust Czar. You can actually do the same thing with Bendy, Czar. As soon as it hits like 8, 9 o'clock for Bendy, he slowly starts devolving. By devolving, I mean his filter slowly flakes away like new fallen snow on a hot stove. Nuka-Cola. A's for Nom. He laughed a lot too. I bet he can still hear us, but he's not going to acknowledge it so that he doesn't have to relive the situation. So he's just going to sit there and continue to work on his schoolwork and pretend that I'm not actually hitting this right on the head and that he doesn't have to acknowledge that he giggled so hard over something like that that it's now a core memory for us. It's true, Nom, it's true. I'll have you know that was at least decent tier bait, Czar. Just like we use bait like that for Bendy, like for you, we would use crayons. Do you have a sunburn? You gotta find him. You gotta hunt him down. I might be able to manage the humming part at the very least, but we'll see. Turlet.
For the past few years, my brother's been bummed out. Like really sad, you know? Personally, I don't think he's ever recovered from watching the world end. Hell, I don't think any of us have. I tried to talk to him about it. They kept pushing me away, changing the subject. But after JD met Brianna Hawk in Harper's Ferry, things turned around. I guess she helped him out by giving him a different shoulder to cry on. Why JD's more comfortable with her than his own brother? I'm kind of angry. Maybe even a little jealous. For his sake. Still, there's something about Brianna that bugs me.
Oh, hello.
Keep an eye on her.
Oh yeah, and spoiler alert, we actually found the other part of that. He kills his brother because of it. Just a smidge. Just a smidge. A crumb. A crumb of protein. Ugh. Nom, apply lotion. How does it feel to be a tomato, Nom?
A stem fact, I would rather find some psycho.
Thanks for giving me a place to stay for a bit. Nice place. I mean, I think it's nice anyway.
Agility. What was it? Perception I was going for. Bah. So much more wilder than my wildest dreams. Try something. Very nice. Yeah, question. Got one of them farmer's tans, Nom.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
Ain't that a kick in the head?
place for creative hands-on learning. And the wilderness survival experience is our most popular program
So,
yet.
180 caps for that. What if I just make... Tinker. Whoa. Plastic, thank you very much for the gifted subs, and congratulations to Icy, B, Crafty, Sissy, and Dave for the acquired gifted subs. It is a pleasure, and thank you.
Prepare for danger. Prepare for adventure. Prepare for survival.
Yep. There is a person that got one of the gifted subs you gave called Sissybug9. Sissibug 9. I appreciate it, Plastic. Thank you very much. Where'd you get them? I'm curious, Probably. I hope that you get them quickly enough. You should link them in the Discord. I'm curious to see where they come from. Thank you again, Plastic. Every little bit helps. I will also be sure to alert you, Plastic, whenever that graphics card comes in. I'll probably do it before I even install it. I will likely end up ordering it after my major income gets done for the beginning of the month. Because right now, that amount is about all that I have in my account, period. So, we're gonna let that ride for a little bit. No plastic. Well, I mean, technically yes, but I plan to use it for whatever. I'm actually very sensitive about that sort of thing. I always want to make sure to use money like that for the thing that the person gave it to me for, if they specified. Like, the big pillow was rad. My brain cells are. I mean, my ears are right here. You can perceive them. Scruff's Abel. Well, a hot dog. Mm. So I need to get speaker pool. Can't rush at me so good when your legs are hurt. What if I could, Czar? I am not above bringing food to people who need it. Just be mean. Nothing, blockade. Mm. Wait, we're getting carrot cake? I want carrot cake. Carrot cake, treat, bark. Yeah, what Nom said. Listen, I ain't barking for Rush. I just want carrot cake. Boat. Yeah, Rush is some sort of COVID fox. What'd you do, Nom? No legs for you! Oh, I didn't actually see the feedback on my side. Ooh. You had me up until brutal and inhumane ways, Rush. It's not that we should just take the things away, though. There has to be a cap on certain things. Mm-hmm. Bah. Hello, somebody. No dying, Nom. I don't know, that slime doesn't sound too dead. Pat's the Aries. Pat, 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 pat. You're gonna do wonderfully, just like always. Also, Rush. Remove those things.
Pat yourself on the back, because you just got yourself some top secret security codes off a US Senator's terminal. Next up, the closest relay tower you can find, where you get to upload all that hard-earned data. You're officially halfway done with the final part of this process. I mean, it's not like I'll ever really know, but one can hope, right?
George R.R. Martin is a goober. Okay, Rush. Thank you. Oh, that ghoul had a lot of drugs on him. Sit down. Now, if there were such a place that I could do something like that, is there a way for you to communicate to me where it might be so that I could avoid it at all costs? Apple says, scratching his neck. Give me that shit. You can use my fucking bullets. 15 minutes, Aries. What you coloring, Nom? Nom's art is delightful. Good job, Nom. I am very happy about that. I still don't think that I'm going to grok very well with the person who kind of caused all this, but I'm glad that it was worked out.
Hey, gotta keep your eyes peeled in this weather.
Ain't that a kick in the head? Good. Hi, Duck. That's good. Dying isn't allowed, Ducky. Nope, no dying, Duck. Do 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 do. Torturous robot. Surprise!
Please step into the open and identify yourself. All about. Protect and serve.
The legs make them slower if they stop working so good, V. Thank you, Duck. Snacks. Thanks for the follow, Rex. Hi, K9. We are almost done with this quest. No worries, Duck. There'll be tabletop here soon, so... A whole Saiyan, and I am doing pretty alright, Rex. It's been a nice day. I've enjoyed myself. I played a little bit of a game that is definitely turned itself around in the past couple of years, so I'm happy. How about yourself? Aw. That's no good. What do you think it caused it? Yeah. Fair enough. Still a bit of a bummer, but fair enough.
I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever.
I mean, what model is it? PS5, PS4? Old model Gen 1 PS5? You might be able to find a replacement part on eBay, Rex.
Ignoring any and all possible glitches, you are officially the most amazing person in all of Appalachia. And hopefully not the only one. The Scorch detection system is fully up and running. If you had any idea how long it took us to just get half the system functional, the lives lost, my brother, my dad, and yours truly, of course.
That is a good pastime,
Now, whenever
Rex.
the Scorched are around, the detectors will pick them up and broadcast a message to your Pip-Boy. All that's left is the means to fight them off. If you haven't already, check my terminal to read about the traps we've created for the Scorch beasts. Hopefully, they're still in working order, and they're your best bet at making those flying freaks manageable. Beyond that, the only ones with any real means were the Brotherhood of Steel. Obviously, they didn't last, but they packed some serious firepower. They took their last stand somewhere in the bog at a place called Fort Defiance. But, thanks to their code names, I have no idea where it is. You'll want to start at Camp Venture, Eddie's old survival training center. I've also put everything I've got on the Brotherhood under an entry called Fort Defiance on my terminal. Good luck out there. And thanks.
Don't die, Apple. Just
This
get good.
thing, it means our lives and all this work meant something.
That's a good one, Rex. So it's a minigun that explodes every time it actually... Flamethrower chat, Tesla arc trap, light combat torso, delicious. Thank you, Aries. That's quite heckin' nice. Why is my vision blurry? Well, we finished that mission. I think we've been working on that particular quest this whole week. No Aries in the game. No, I don't wanna. I don't wanna put glasses on in the game. I don't need to see the rock and roll. That's real good, Rex. This is my first playthrough of Fallout 76, so I've got some neat little stuffs. Nothing too wild, but I got some neat little stuffs.
Thanks for giving me a place to stay for a bit. I just can't shake these nightmares. Floating in space forever. Just why?
I am going to have a wild night with...
Oh, Auron, I found something that you might like. It's gonna be a little bit later game for you, but... yeah. Not a great one, but hey. I did not, V. What did they update it with?
A dense bag. I would rather find some psycho.
I didn't really like the Aristocrats ones. Have you considered carrying around a broadsider as your, heavy weapon? Game time, game time, game time. Alright. Pushes Zar over. Ah,
I just can't shake
a
these
minigun that does that
nightmares.
sounds delightful, Rex.
Floating in space forever.
We've been playing the same tabletop.
Why?
It is the tabletop game that Aries is running. Yeah, nice. Whoop. Getting a little glitchy. Yeah, figure. A scrap collection station? Like a, Electron?
If my crew is out
Yeah.
there, I hope they found someone decent to take them in.
Christmas! Good. Alright. Alright, peoples, we are going to be doing a transition to a tabletop game, and that'll be it for Fallout 76 for today. If you are wanting to stay around and take a look at the tabletop that we're going to be doing, it is called A Bump in the Night. It is a tabletop that has been set up by Aries, who is in chat there. It'll be a little bit less high energy than Fallout 76, but it'll be a lot of talking. So there'll be some music and a little bit of relaxation, and there may be some spooky, interesting times that happen too. But until then, everybody kind of stand up, kick back, do whatever you want to do to get us a little bit relaxed. Maybe go refill your drinks and whatnot, which is what I'm going to do. And we will be back in a moment. Oop. Oh, Nom or Rush, if you would, please change the title and the game to the appropriate stuff for the tabletop. And make sure to put a content warning in there for horror stuff, okay? BRB. I don't know, Nom. What do I use? I don't know, Nom. How bad would I be? I slip. You can name it whatever you want, Nom. Put the title of the game, A Bump in the Night, somewhere in there. And a content warning for horror. And the game, just tabletop sim, I believe would be the best one.
Because remember, she's already been streaming for 3 hours.
She's
What?
a streamer nerd. Hello.
What are we talking about? You talking about me?
No,
Yep.
Yeah, we're talking about you.
Okay.
Did you know that you're a streamer? I'm just kidding. Well, technically you are.
That goes
Did you know
that's
that?
fine, don't. Yeah, do that. Hi, Onk. Mirrored
They can
Onk.
hear you now on my side.
Indeed.
Oh heck, I forgot about all that stuff.
There is indeed going to be TTRPG. Nom, if it is a TTRPG, yes, that'll work fine. We're using tabletop, but that's what it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
tabletop RPG is a little better than tabletop sim for the game. Since technically we could play this without tabletop sim.
Mm-hmm.
I just want something with visuals and maps.
I also
We
got
could.
some kimchi as a snack.
Yeah.
You still are eating that kimchi?
I made an entire cabbage.
Ma'am, it does in fact go bad eventually.
Yeah, eventually.
Not if you eat it.
It's been a week. It's been more than a week.
It hasn't been more than a week outside of the fridge. This shit'll last for like 6 months if you put it in the fridge.
In dog years. Oh my god. Alright.
Yeah, Mir, why don't you have a content warning on your side of things, huh?
Yeah, Nom, why don't
Are
I
you-
have a
are you-
content warning on my side of things?
Are you wanting people to have episodes from unprepared content?
Ugh.
What do you mean?
Are you both
What do you mean?
prepared? Do you have your
Are
snackies
you
and your
both?
drinkies and a mindset that is conducive to playing
Good
of
job, Nom.
roles?
I have all of my things, I believe. Question mark. I spaced out for a second because I was teasing Nom.
Okay, so Miri's missing the last bit. Bendy, how about you?
Hi, I'm good. Was all good in the neighborhood.
Neighborhood.
All right, everyone's good. There is no Funyuns in Mountain Dew.
Aw.
What? I fucking fuck this. I'm out.
Oh, okay.
Fuck this shit,
All
I'm
right,
out.
everyone. Session's off for tonight. See you all next week, maybe.
The rest
Oh,
of
we'll
the
see.
the rest of the stream is just going to be Aries quietly sobbing in the background.
Why? I just tried to do
We're going to broadcast it directly into Bendy's room.
Yeah.
Me. For
Well,
invite.
If we are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I need to probably get you in here.
What is the meaning of this goobery?
We're Nom. Nom's late too.
We're numb, yeah.
Nom will not be joining as Nom had prior requirements.
Nuts.
Gestures at their very fancy con work, by the way. Nom, plug yourself, please.
Still gonna
Thank
bully
you.
him.
Nom, come
Bully
on,
Nom.
plug yourself. Plug yourself in
Nom.
one of our chats.
Bully Nom. Yay, okay. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, Nom's doing fancy stuff. Alright. Are you prepared, Mary? Got all your stuff set up?
I think so, but you asking me made me uncertain for a second.
Okay.
I have myself, tabletop simulator, all my goodies over here. I think I'm good. Am I missing anything?
Yes.
Oh yeah, my fate.
I
die.
give you fate.
Thank you. The
What will
hands of
this fate do for you? Who knows? I'm Nom, and I'm doing a bunch of official art for NecoCon this year. By the way, go to NecoCon. You will see Nom's work in an official capacity. I believe he will also be selling things there. So do it. Or something. Buy their stuff on Redbubble. They sell pretty pictures and stickers.
No, buy me a ticket there, and I'll buy like a few of your things.
I think Nom is suffering from a particular illness that will disallow that, called the poor.
No, just do it.
Oh gosh.
Make it happen.
Alright.
With the power of magic.
Kimchi.
Pat Spendy. Both ready? Everyone good?
Yep, I'm eating spiced cabbages.
Bendy, you good?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, am I good? No. We'll do it anyway.
Good.
Immediately starts to panic.
Yeah.
Not at all prepared. Alright. We will start off with a welcome everybody to A Bump in the Night, a Fate Core campaign. Warning, this campaign is a horror campaign. This means that there will be various bits of content, be it descriptions, scenarios, etc., that may be triggering to some viewers. So I do ask that you watch with discretion, and if anything causes some issues, it is recommended that you perhaps leave for that session. Good? Good. We will be playing with our standard fixed players tonight. Auri, Miri, Exarch, etc. And Bendy Bendatholomew Beneathimus, the 58th.
Of course. Hi.
We will start off with an introduction from Bendy.
Where? Hi, I'm Bendy. I am a lizard. I don't think I wrote that. But I am playing a gentle rogue called Florence Hagrid. He's a little bit of a tough guy, lowlife, you know, here to redeem himself and whatnot. Under duress, but he might make an honest go at it. We'll see. He's good at sledgehammering stakes. And that's Florence.
His weakness is stationary objects the size of your fist.
Indeed. Hello, Dusky, and welcome. It is in fact. Miri, would you introduce yourself?
Sure. I am Miri Auri Iranitis, Exarch of the Tyranian Federation. I am a VTuber and also streaming, but you should stay at Aries because she is a very sweet bird. I
watch both.
Am playing the anachronistic Knight Icaros with no surname, someone who wears full plate armor in this Victorian era place and has a strong sense of honor and morals and attempts to carry them out wherever she is able to do so.
Good. I approve of this. And with that,
Bendy's gotten stepped on by all the nuns that we've met so far. Nom, that's what it means.
I have? Awesome.
Not just the nuns. So,
I love me some nuns. Very religious.
Our last session, as a recap, involved a fight. You had attempted to bury and entrap what you later learned to be a fresh vampire. You failed to entrap it. It broke free. You fought for your very lives, with our poor Florence being incapacitated and our lovely Icaros holding it at bay until help could arrive. That help being another hunter by the name of William. But sadly, the creature fled, could not be tracked at the time, and thus they were brought back to the cathedral in order to treat their wounds and be inaugurated, I guess, as full-fledged hunters of the Cathedral of Light, thus becoming true monster hunters. Afterward, there was a trip to the cathedral's armory wherein they met a feisty dwarf lady. And we left off after leaving the armory with, at the very least at the time, intentions to visit the library. You are currently standing in the hallway on one side, the doors to the armory now closed. On the other side, before you, sorry, one sec. The doors to the library, as well as your current, what did I call him? Your current helper boy, Harker.
So the Parker man, he's with us right now? Yeah?
Yep, Harker the Acolyte is with you.
Okay, Harker. He's like, oh, gee whiz.
Oh,
Right?
gee Willikers, I don't know what you do.
Alright, baby man, gotcha.
I am Salintis. Bendy, why do you feel like Harker is a Morty? Also, Icaros glances at Florence and tilts her head and says, "You can read, right?" And it's a completely earnest question. It's not an insult. But she's asking if he can read.
Are they walking down the hall right now?
You're standing in the hall.
Oh.
Not much walking to do.
He clicks his teeth, and he waits a few moments, and then he responds, "No."
Right? We'll have to see about teaching you that then.
Hey, hold on now. I'm just here to hunt monsters. Let's not get
Which
all
will
school
include, she cuts him off, a lot of reading to learn about the creatures. Otherwise, you'll get the crap beaten out of you just like you did in the graveyard.
Listen, my plan is to try to keep you alive, so you can do that all for me, yeah? And he cracks a smile.
She slaps him on the back with the armored gauntlet in her hand and says, "Yeah, but what if I'm not there to take the brunt of the attack next time?"
Yeah, well, I guess you would not have been a very good hunter then, would you? Come on.
Quite possibly.
Just read the books. All right, we all have a role to play. I'll actually defeat all the monsters. And you read the books.
Okay.
Take all the books.
So long as it doesn't have anything to do with driving a stake into the ground. A stationary.
Yeah.
A stationary.
Listen.
Unmoving, rigid, flat-footed target.
Listen. Just okay. Now I wish I could read, so I could do that instead of this. Okay. Let's just
see. Would have given you more options to avoid looking yourself in the mirror there.
You even know what we're going to read about, or I guess you.
Yeah. We're going to try and find out information, find where their little bestiary is, and maybe teach you something useful, yeah?
I think I'll figure out how to get us more favorable missions.
Alright.
Somehow.
If you feel that would be a good use of your time, go right ahead.
Depends on how reasonable these people are around here.
Well, I mean, you were a criminal.
Were.
Are you actively a criminal? Have you crimed recently? She says.
Listen, we'll count those chickens when they hatch, alright? Anyway.
Icarus will
What
step
next?
towards the library. Let's go. At least take a look at the place.
Florence struts like a true gentleman. I don't know.
When you start moving, Harker immediately moves to push the doors open for you.
Thank you,
Beyond,
Harker.
You're welcome. Beyond is what you would generally expect of a library. There are, as you enter, short shelves, about waist high, maybe a little taller, along your left and right, leading to a central lifted platform, wherein someone in thick, hooded robes stands at a lectern behind a desk covered in books and scrolls and sheets of paper. And they seem to be looking at whatever's on the lectern.
Trying to remain as quiet as possible in her heavy armor, she approaches this person at the lectern, while casting her eyes around to glimpse this particular library. She hasn't seen one quite this large in a long time.
It is a very large library. It seems that the majority of the shelves are branching out from this central platform, which seems to be a librarian station kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a second floor also lined with books. The head of the librarian slowly follows you as you move around.
A lot of work went into getting all this here.
Are there
Harker,
any
who
people
is-
in here?
There is nobody in here at the moment. It is, at this current moment, kind of the early hours of the morning.
So it's just us and the person in the attendance right there, yeah?
Yes.
So Florence kind of approaches the what did you say it was? What, a podium where the
It's a lectern, so a
lectern.
platform for reading books.
Okay, so Florence, approaches to the opposite side of the oh my gosh, the word escapes me again. Lectern.
Where
And,
the librarian is standing?
No, like across from him.
Okay.
And he asked him, so how much do you know about the whole hunting operation here? If you don't mind me asking. Sir. He adds on, trying to be more polite.
The librarian in their
Progress.
hooded robe. What'd you say?
Icarus says progress.
Huh? Someone is being actually polite. But the librarian in their hooded robe looks down at you, their face hidden by shadows, because the room is lit, but it's not super, super bright.
Mhm.
And they don't say anything. You hear this light, almost hissing noise, but that's it.
Florence kind of...
Yeah.
Florence kind of just, in a kind of like, almost like borderline rude way, not like overt, like outrageous, but he leans forward a bit to take a peek under the hood if he can, but he's not gonna like, not jamming his face up in his, you know what I mean? But he does like take a look.
I will say it is on a raised platform, so you're looking up at them.
Oh,
If you want to try and see what is under the hood, you are going to have to roll something related to looking at things. What would you roll?
my eyes missed. Let me see here. If we get really loosey goosey with it, contacts could refer to them things you put in your eyes.
No. Roll mundane.
That was certainly a reach, but I respect the moxie.
I have 2.
2? Alright.
Two for each eye.
You can see under the hood, and what you see is most definitely not human.
It isn't.
Their head seems to be roughly triangle-shaped.
Florence looks away and wonders, holy shit. and then he meanders on over to Icarus. Or how do I pronounce it?
Icarus.
Icarus. He meanders over to Icarus, sticking his hand in his pocket, and leans over and he whispers, I don't know what the hell that man is.
She stands still for a moment, looking at Florence. What did you see? Are you okay?
I saw his head. He hesitates for a moment. Is a triangle.
Can you? She stops herself from speaking for a moment. Takes a deep breath. Can you elaborate any further on that statement?
No. Triangle.
She looks off into one of the shelves and just seems to consider things for a moment.
He leans in closer and whispers, do you think there's other shapes here too?
She pats Florence on the back, says there's at least some round-faced people here, so at least one other.
He actually gives a sigh of relief. Okay.
Nom, I would die for Florence, truly.
We love Florence here.
Icarus will finish her pause with a short laugh, and then she will approach the podium. Looks at the
You approach
the critter, assumedly here. Says, "Are you able to speak the common tongue?"
You, as you approach, you start to hear this, what Florence did, this slow, rhythmic kind of hissing sound.
Mm-hmm.
And, in response, it sort of just tilts its head to the side a little bit. And then, even through the hood, you can tell there's a little shake left to right. Okay. It's kind of jerky.
That's perfectly okay then. Do you have a language that you prefer to speak in?
Again, it shakes its head in a jerky fashion.
How do you prefer to communicate then?
It tilts its head the other way.
So you don't wish to communicate under normal circumstances, she says?
There is no physical response. Though you can hear the hissings quicken its pace.
That is perfectly okay. Would you be able to direct me to either the section or otherwise that would contain a bestiary?
Florence is lingering and watching in some some weird alertness.
You ask the question, and one of the arms of the robe raises, and sticking out from it is this, what looks like a long sickle with barbs along the edge, and it points down a particular aisle with that.
Thank you. She responds to that. And
it nods.
If you could point out one other thing that would be of good interest or of good use to a brand new set of hunters, can you point out where that would be for me?
It extends the sickle-looking thing and points at another nearby aisle.
All right. Thank you very kindly. I'll call you the librarian if that's okay.
It bows appreciatively.
Okay.
Would you like to try and peek at it or no?
No, she doesn't try to peek at it at all.
Alrighty.
She looks back at Florence. Let's go see what we can find. There are 2 places for us to investigate. She heads towards where the bestiary is.
He heads to that other place for the new adventurers, and is like, I'm sure I'm gonna be a lot of help here for you.
She holds her hand up and curls her finger for him to follow her. You still can't read, so you're not even going to be able to find out what's there. She holds up a finger.
And
He holds up a finger as he starts to say something. She looks back at the librarian. Perhaps you can help me with another. Is there a
Oh no, man.
spot or a place, she says, talking over Florence as he begins to complain, where my compatriot here could try to learn how to read?
Florence takes out a book, sticks his finger to one of the pages, and says, "Ah, yes. I already know how to read. Thanks."
Aries, can I... Is there something I can roll to figure out if he's lying?
Yeah, you can.
Alright. Let's go with awareness, I guess.
Okay, that's fine. What'd you roll? Even?
It'd be a 1, yeah.
What about your
Florence? Florence, what would...
He's kind of being sarcastic, to be fair.
Okay, I was gonna say, what would your body language be saying about the situation right now?
Like, kind of, okay, I don't know how to put it. Almost sassily pointing at the book, if that makes any sense.
Horror good at night. Not horror right now, though.
And there you go. That is what you know, Icaros.
What does Icaros know?
That your body language says that you are being sassy.
Icaros steps towards Florence, puts her hand on his shoulder, the gauntleted hand around his shoulder, and presses the palm of her hand to the back of his neck, then points at the book that he found directly under one sentence at the first portion of it and says, "Read it."
What do you do, Florence?
I'm thinking.
She's holding him too, like she's got a grip on like the meat of the back of his neck.
Oh, there's so many ways this could go. He turns his head, looks at her.
Mm-hmm.
And he cracks a smile and says, I don't do anything because people tell me to, yeah? I'm a criminal after all. A scoundrel.
She laughs.
When you say criminal,
mm-hmm.
You hear a rapid sort of clicking from the center of the library. It just lasts a moment, but it sounds something like almost like a cicada.
So that seems to get a little bit of a rise out of Florence, kind of suddenly, and he just kind of speaks up and says, "Hey, I'm sanctioned by the church. I'm an official hunter.
And if he causes any trouble, I will handle it as well."
Florence gives her a look at that, not necessarily a pleased one.
Mm-hmm. She taps her fingers where she has it on the back of his on his back. Then reaches into a little satchel and says, 5 silver. Can you read or not?
No, obviously I can't. Come on.
That's all you needed to say. She hands him the silver. It will be good for you to at least know that. They can communicate different things to us. Whether or not it's in a book, signs, instructions, notes left in a place where we aren't able to talk. Something to direct you where I am if you're in danger. Somewhere for you to direct me if you're going into a dangerous place. It's good for you to be able to know this. Will you accept trying to learn it for me?
He looks at her a good while, and he takes the silver and he says, "Don't volunteer me for things.
Acknowledge.
I'll think about it. One sec."
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I will take this opportunity to say thank you, Maya, for the raid, and welcome, raiders. I do hope you had a wonderful stream, and I hope Final Fantasy went well. Oh, you did pass it. It seems like a lot of people are doing that lately. How far did you get? And also, hello, raiders. Welcome to a Bump in the Night, a tabletop RPG. Warning, this is a horror RPG, so there will be topics that may be triggering to some. Please watch with discretion. And welcome back. You may continue if you wish.
She says...
I had to hop away from the mic.
You're perfectly okay, Bendy. She says to what Florence tells her, that's fine. And I will do my best to not do so. But I need to know what you're thinking, and we need to learn from each other in order to work together. Yes?
He kind of squints at her a little and he says, "Fine, but listen," and he leans forward a little bit. "You're not my mother."
Don't plan to be your mother.
And he's like, "Fine, then just lay off it a little bit. We'll work together." And he just says, "Just don't lecture me."
She nods her head. Then let's go.
Awesome. And then he flips a coin back to her.
She catches it, puts it back on her little satchel.
Please write down your exchange of silvers.
Nothing changed hands.
Yeah, there would have been, but he gave it back. Let's find out a little bit about our friend from back in the graveyard. Sound good?
Sure, let's go.
Also, everyone in chat, please hydrate, and you too stretch.
Yay!
Stretch.
Check.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Monk.
stretch.
I'm more interested in the posterior check, you know what I mean? Remember, right, boy? Got him again.
Pushes Bendy over.
Alright, Bendy, do a butt hurt roll. Let's see how butt hurt you are. Come on.
Butt hurt roll. Wait, is positive good or bad?
You are negatively butt hurt.
So minimally. I am not even booty bothered. Call me the booty barbarian. Or don't. I'm fine if you don't. Especially in public. Alright, what's happening, y'all?
What are you two doing? You said you wanted to look up something on your friend there?
We will be heading towards the section that was indicated by the librarian as the bestiary section.
Alright.
Oh, you meant the vampires, Lawrence says out loud.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you meant about the Carekeeper. I thought it was strange that they'd write a book about him.
They likely do. If they are not a human, then there should be something on them there as well. Though we don't really
Maybe
have
see if
anything
there's
to
one
go
on a
off of.
library.
She nods her head at that insinuation and kind of casts her eyes up and around the library, almost like she's looking for something.
You see a library. It's full of books. It is moderately lit with the same Lumia lamps that you've been seeing around the cathedral.
There are as you saw when you mentioned a little bit of your background, other things in here as well. I do wonder what they might be.
Is that you wanting specific info?
No, not in this case. Just her commenting to Florence. I also wish for pizza, Eggy. Once they're in that particular section, they need to actually determine if there's any sort of organization here. Are we looking at like big ass tome on a lectern with like a monster picture on it, or are we looking like an organized section?
So it is.
Oh, sorry.
It is a fairly tall, 6-7 foot tall bookshelves on either side. They are standard bookshelf layout, filled to the brim with books, both bound in leather and wood. There's a couple scroll sections with little square cubbies for scrolls that are, these shelves are mostly full. And on each book is either on the spine, if it has one, a title, as you would expect. If it's bound in wood, it usually has a little tag hanging off with its name. And the scrolls, if you were to pull one out of the cubby, it would be written on a wrapping around it.
All right. Do they appear to be organized in any particular way, alphabetically, otherwise?
For the most part, they seem to be organized by, not alphabetically, but by what they seem to be about by their title.
Can I ask a question? Oh,
yes.
Sorry. Can you roll for like raw luck? Is that like a thing?
Yes.
Like if you're just gonna like straight up just take a guess at something?
Yeah, you could. Luck is a skill that you can actively use in this.
Luck!
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Auri, but I do have a thing next.
No, you're perfectly fine. Go right ahead.
Okay. Florence just pulls a book out and thumbs through it and tries to see if there's like any pictures of monsters he recognizes. Or maybe even the vampire.
Alrighty. Make your roll.
Alrighty, mundaney babaney.
Boom.
A plus.
+1. You grab a book.
Mm-hmm.
You grab it because it seems like a really thick book. It's got a nice ridged leather cover.
Got some heft to it.
There's a little bit of copper-colored lettering on the side that you can't read in the slightest. And you open up these cream-colored pages, and that's a lot of scribbles. And you go to the next page, and there's more scribbles, and you keep going, and it's more and more scribbles.
Oh, he puts it back. Wait.
It was worth a
Wait,
try.
he doesn't win.
When he does that, Icaros takes a quick glance at it. What's the name of the book that he picked out?
Of course you're asking me for a name for this.
Oh, thanks, Mindy.
Hold on, I have to check something real quick.
Mm-hmm. You also don't have to actually name it. You can, like, give me a vague synopsis of what it might be about.
I'm giving you names.
All right. I'm going to pick out every book in this library, okay?
This, I'm not giving you very many names, but I'll give you a name for this one. Homunculus Horticulture, a study on the artificial life.
Where is the Beastman husbandry book?
Well, not quite what we're after, but an interesting one to take a look at anyway. She kind of keeps the location of that particular one in mind before he puts it back, because she is curious about it. Then,
Okay.
methodically, working its way through the books here, she's going to look for something that references the undead, vampires, graves, something along those lines.
All right. I am going to have you roll some sort of lore.
Lore! Do I have a lore? I have a monster lore.
You do. So I will ask you to roll monster lore.
Ask me about my monster lore.
Ask me about 2.
2 in total.
Yes.
Okie dokie. So you look through, there are various books that seem that they would apply. Things like the undead and their habits, etc., etc. It seems like there's a lot of general ones. You do spot at least one book titled something along the lines of Sanguinare, the Vampiristic Disease.
Alright. She takes that one out and flips through it. We're looking for a table of contents or a foreword, something describing what it's after.
There is a little bit of a foreword. There is no table of contents. And by and large, this foreword seems to be the author's ramblings on what the book is about.
Yeah.
It kind of goes off on tangents, but by and large, it seems the book is about the biology of vampires and how they're made.
Okay. She clicks her tongue at the particularly wordy and long-winded foreword. It says, he was very happy to be writing something. And she flips through it. We want to learn some generalities. Vampires, what are their weaknesses? Generally, what does a neonate or a juvenile vampire look like, act like, do?
So you're looking through the book.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of information, and it is pretty organized. It breaks vampires down into different subspecies, as it calls it.
Mm-hmm.
And the one of them that jumps out at you is... Sorry, I'm trying to think of how to word this. Is this subspecies that has some scribbled name that is fairly hard to read, and it's like 5 words long.
Chicken
but
scratch.
It does
Where can I put it?
include a section on a neolite, or what it calls a nascent vampire.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nascency.
That includes a description similar to what you saw. So it goes into details about how the first 12 hours after what it says is infection, the person steadily, their health gets worse and worse, but they seem to act more and more lively despite that. And then eventually they pass. And then 12 hours after that, their corpse starts to change in physical appearance. And not long after that, varying by individual it seems, the corpse comes to life again with a notable hunger and violent tendencies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And it goes on to list a notably voracious appetite for both humanoid flesh and blood, specifically living, for a week or two before the physical changes steadily regress and this person becomes a less than some of the other types, less magically oriented one, but very much stronger and faster than the average of whatever species it was. It recommends slaying these creatures before it reaches that point, as at that point they become incredibly sturdy and even lose some of the weaknesses they would otherwise have during that initial period.
And it's usually a couple of weeks, okay? She actually shows this portion of the book to Florence and says, "This is about our friend from the graveyard."
He raises his eyebrows, seemingly very impressed. What's it mean?
Well, if that hunter doesn't get a hold... It's okay. If that hunter doesn't get a hold of him in time, he'll get much more dangerous. So perhaps we'll wish that one luck.
Uh-huh. I think it may be smart to figure out what to do whenever these things mature. What do we do?
Quite possibly. Is there anything detailed in the book about that, Aries?
The book generally states that the standard physical methods of disposal of vampires are effective, which it doesn't seem to go into detail about those, as well as it has a notable weakness to both sunlight and salt water.
So unless one of us can conjure a sun, it looks like the best use that we would have against one is salt water. Though something makes me think and take from this text that after it matures, salt water won't be very effective.
It's better than nothing. Make sure we keep some when we go out.
It certainly
Maybe.
does. Other than that, she mutters, "It appears you hit it a lot." And she shrugs her armored shoulders.
Yeah, that's how I solve a lot of problems, actually.
It's how you solve quite a few problems, it turns out. I understand. That wasn't a dig at him. It was her saying, yeah, violence does solve problems.
Invokes aspect. Physically, it's I'm just kidding.
Well, that has been a bit interesting, and I think that if I'm able to, I will take some time to read through here at some point, or perhaps when we have a little bit more free time. She closes the book, sets it back on the shelf, and leaves it where it is at. We got a little bit of information from this. We ought to come back if we end up figuring out anything about our next job or something like that. I think this was a worthy spot to start. And she looks up at the large shelves. I think there'll be more information than we can really use, but it's here.
Well, we should probably be here every single time we know what we're gonna face.
To at least prepare ourselves. Get some idea of what we'll end up doing.
He kind of contemplates a little. Maybe we should study a monster here anytime we have free time, honestly.
Sounds like a good idea to me. Also,
Cohesion increased.
Yay.
Comment, the book that you pulled out, Florence, it had something to do with homunculi.
What the hell's that?
She seems to think for a long moment. Some sort of artificial creature.
Like a doll?
Something like that.
Yeah. It's weird. I mean, Like, this magic stuff, I don't really like it. Living dolls?
It's a
Think they steal people's souls?
She looks at all the books. I'm sure one of those will corroborate that fact. We'll
Oh,
also have
God.
we'll have to try and sift through quite a lot of dusty misinformation too if we're not careful. Though I imagine that the librarians do try to curate it a little bit.
Curate.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Yes. That's a word.
I don't understand them $3 words.
Is there anything in
And
particular
yeah,
you would like me to find, Florence? Anything you're interested in?
I'd like to know how exactly these missions are put together. I mean, if we're gonna have to do them, we might as well get the best ones.
That's fair.
Whether that's the safest or the most profitable.
We need to ask probably Harker.
Harker?
She says and thinks for a moment. Squire, the young man that's been following us.
Ain't he here? Isn't he here right now?
He did
Harker.
When you say his name loudly, firstly, you hear that cicada noise again. Secondly, Harker very quickly walks up to the end of the aisle. Yes, what do you need?
Florence kind of swaggers up to him a little bit, slaps his hand on his shoulder, and he says, Harker, you've been working here for a while, right? Wait, no, you haven't. You're new. Crap. Listen, Harker, I need you to do something for me, okay? We're gonna get hunting missions. In fact, you might be the one who communicates them to us. I want you to try to figure out for us how exactly these missions are brought about. All right?
Well, we have a management sector that selects the missions based on ability of hunters.
Really? And do we have a particular handler? How does that work?
I will be bringing you your mission information.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I need to make a friend in that management position, okay? Someone nice. Someone who needs a little help themselves, okay? Meet some friends up there, Harker. Have a drink.
You can usually find them in the dining hall around dinner.
Harker, listen, I need you to be brave for me, son. Alright? I need you to go talk to people for me. I need to know some friends, alright?
He just kind of pauses and looks at you weird and okay.
Excellent.
I'll try.
That's what I love to hear. It's out of you youngsters.
No
Harker's a
comment from
youngster.
Mykonos. Icarus.
But speaking of,
Hmm?
where would I find these people?
What people?
Pauses a moment. The management people, the people we were talking about?
In various places, they spend most of their time in the. We have offices, and they spend most of their time there, but they do leave to have personal time and
Lawrence
meals.
just starts tapping him on the back and says, "Alright, I appreciate your help, Mark." Like he kind of cuts him short.
Okay, do you need any other help, Hunter?
No, Icarus, you got anything?
No, she shakes her head. Thank you for your assistance, Harker.
Yeah, have I guess enjoy your day off until someone tells you to. I guess. He shrugs. See you later, Harker. Alright, what's his name, Harker?
Harker. I'm supposed to lead you around as necessary for tonight.
Oh, man, I'm not good at this hunter thing. Alright, fine.
Don't worry. We'll both grow into it. Ikaros says from behind him.
Innovation.
Is there anything else you need for now?
Do you know what exactly the librarian and other things inhabit this library? What are they?
The librarian is the only one who works in the library.
Okay. The librarian, is it a human?
I don't believe so. I am not technically allowed to be in here unless it is for the purpose of helping hunters.
Okay. Go ahead and return to your post then, and thank you, Harker.
He bows and scurries out, giving the librarian that watches him leave a wide berth.
Ikaros walks out from the shelves and approaches the librarian again. I've noticed
It watches you?
I've noticed something a little curious. It sounds like an insect of some sort. What is that noise? Should we be wary of it? Is it something that we're doing that's provoking it?
Are you asking Harker?
I'm asking the librarian. If you can, if it's something that we should be wary of, nod. If not, shake your head. She mimes both actions.
It nods.
Okay. Is it dangerous?
One of the sleeves, currently hanging loose and covering whatever is underneath, moves to tap itself in what looks to be the chest area. You hear a softer version of that sort of cicada noise.
Ah. Some sort of... She seems to search for the word... art?
It tilts its head.
She seems to have a moment of inspiration and glances back at Florence. She looks back at the librarian. Are you a homunculus?
The librarian tilts its head the other way and shakes.
Worth a shot. Sometimes things happen serendipitously. Thank you for entertaining my questions. And she'll then go towards the second spot that it indicated for them.
The second spot is a very similar looking aisle of bookshelf that is filled with books. Glancing at titles, you see things along the lines of the basics of hand-to-hand combat and economics 101, etc. A lot of basic generalist skill titles.
Okay. Not a bad thing to point out first. She comments. It is curiosity.
Sort of like DIY section.
We are playing a Fate campaign, referred to as A Bump in the Night, run by the bird next to the lizard off to my right here.
Hello.
She is also streaming if you wish to see the DM perspective too.
Oh, I can metagame.
You could, but you shouldn't. Taps head.
If you do, Bendy, there will be meta consequences.
Meta consequences. She'll smack you upside the head.
She wouldn't dare. I'm just kidding.
You're feeling stressed today. +1 mental stress.
Hey. That's cheatery.
I'm the GM.
Cheaterer.
There's no cheating for me.
Oh yeah? Then stop cheating. Also, Goober. Hi, I'm Bendy.
Pat the Bendy.
For some reason, the librarian looks at Florence and...
Is he flirting with me?
I don't think so,
He's flirting
Florence.
with me. No, we have a connection. Okay, I'm kidding. That's not actually what he says.
That's one of those bloopers, Aries, right there.
Yeah, it is.
Mm.
A blooper.
So in
Is
general,
there anything you look for in the general skill section?
let's see if I can brush up a little bit on some local chants. She mutters under her breath. She wants to look for anything that might have to do with chanting or blessing.
Believe it or not, there's actually nothing that you can find in this section that sounds appropriate for that.
That's expected. Well, she looks at Florence, which she assumed has followed her.
Like a puppy.
Alright. Looks like this is a lot of general information. Hand to hand, a little bit
Girl?
of a little bit of DIY information and whatnot. It is curiosity. And it could be useful if we end up needing to fabricate something or maybe brush up on a few extra skills.
Florence rubs his chin quite a few times. You think they'll send us out of the city?
Absolutely. I have no doubt that they will at some point. Remember, the armory, the madam there specified that she would be able to issue us rations and whatnot, given however long our work might take. That'll probably extend.
Well, I've never...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I've never left the city before. I don't... he kind of just is... I don't know if it would be, maybe I should learn a little bit about this stuff. Goodness gracious, I can't talk.
You're doing perfectly fine, Bendy. I've stumbled over my words too, you little goober. Well,
I'm Bendy, hi.
She taps the palm of her gauntlet with one of her fingers. I suppose probably the first place to start then would be getting you brushed up on a little bit of the common tongue. Is there any sort of book like that here, Aries?
There is, in fact, some basic language books.
Take out one for the common tongue that most of these books are written in.
You acquire what, if you leaf through it, it looks to be a very standard, like the equivalent of a first grade textbook on English.
Don't tell him that.
She's not
includes basic grammar, and commonly used words, but it's not like a dictionary.
Nuts.
It's not a very big book either.
Nope. This will be a good place to start, though you'll need to brush up on some of the basic stuff first. She hands Florence the book.
He acquires book. Let me I guess I need to write that down, don't I?
You will.
Pow. Alright, so I want to do this in a way that doesn't delete everything. Alright,
You can do it, Bendy. I believe in you.
Alright.
Book on how to common language for dummies.
That's acceptable.
I have been accepted, everyone.
You are very accepted, Bendy. Pat.
Yay.
Pets Bendy.
Don't take this from me.
Submitted art. Ooh.
Really?
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh.
The bean!
Heck you, Nom. I already looked at it.
It's adorable. You'll be able to
Is there
see that
anything
at some
else
point
you-
with when Nom joins us at one point.
Yes.
Oh my god. It's a Rhea. It's even got big hair.
Yeah. Bendy really likes Rhea.
Is there anything else you would like to be doing while you are here in the library?
Last thing, since I am kind of monopolizing things a little bit, I suppose, and I don't want to do that. I want Bendy to do things too. She goes back to the librarian and gesturing at the book that Florence has. Are books restricted to staying here, or can we take them with us? Nod for yes, shake for no.
In response, it does not nod nor shake its head. Instead, what it does is one of those sickles, again, makes its way out from the sleeves of the robes and moves forward to the desk in front of the lectern and taps a particular sheaf of papers on it. And if you look at it, it is a sign-out sheet.
She nods her head. And she wants to take a quick glance while that sickle is out. What does it seem to be made out of?
Make a roll.
Make a roll. Any roll.
What
Awareness.
skill would you like to use? Awareness.
Monster lore might be another one I could try, but we're gonna go with awareness.
Awareness, alright.
0.
You have no idea. It does, in regards to material, it seems rigid and non-shiny, is matte.
Bendy is not a streamer, curiosity. Non-shiny, matte, so not metallic. She nods her head. Thank you. Is there a... She looks at the sign-out sheet. Is there a time limit or anything specified?
The sign-out sheet doesn't say anything, and the librarian doesn't make a response.
Okay. Lawrence, I'm going to sign that book out for you. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. Go for it.
She signs for Florence.
Alright. You write down the title of the book, you write down who you are, and you write out the time of signing it out. Or day, more accurately. Actually, would you know the date system?
She hesitates writing that part. She looks at Florence and says, "What day is it?"
Oh, dude, can I roll for it? Just, I think it would be kind of cool if you could.
You can roll for it if you want.
I'm gonna roll all these die here.
Well,
Excellent success! I cut it down to the... Okay, let me roll for it. You know, technically, it doesn't matter how many you roll. I mean, on average, you're gonna get the same amount. +1. Am I a knower of dates? Okay.
Super basic knowledge.
Aspect time. I'm a thug, right? Right?
Yeah.
I work for criminals, and we're aware of when debts are due.
you are aware of lengths of time. You are not aware of the date system itself. You know what day of the week it is and what season it is.
Nah, I don't know, and I'm dumb. Well, I guess I just don't know then. Yeah, I guess he just doesn't say anything. Oh yeah, she asked me. My bad. It's Tuesday.
It is Tuesday.
She hesitates for a moment and says, I need the date as well. Would you care to ask Harker for me?
Harker, you still here? Did we send him off?
He's behind the door.
Oh, he walks out there too. He doesn't want to antagonize the Triangle Man any further. And so,
yes, Hunter?
Hey, Harker, what's the day's date?
Well, today's day is the first day of Eventide.
Florence looks back, takes and gestures at what he just said.
Day of the week, she comments.
Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. We'll go with Tuesday.
All right.
It's
fine.
Tuesday. Everybody, at least we didn't start on a Monday. Wait, we did.
Mondays. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, the vampire comes out and Florence is like, I hate Mondays.
She signs that in the date section.
In the booty meat section.
Alright, the librarian, when you are done writing, leans over it, clearly is peering at it, and then makes a soft hiss as it pulls back.
Is that acceptable? She says.
Doesn't respond. Also, if you do want to peek at it, there's an opportunity to, given it was leaning very close to you.
Yeah, you know what? At this point, she's over the table, and she would have to have looked up at it to see it. Let's do an incidental kind of glimpse, yeah?
Alright. Make an awareness roll.
No. 0.
What'd you get total?
0.
With a 0, you do notice what Florence did, that the head under the hood is triangular in shape, more or less.
But yesterday was Tuesday too. Okay. She signs it, then straightens up, looks to the side, looks at Florence, and then looks at the librarian. If you would not mind, can you point me to something sufficient for someone to learn the common tongue to be able to read the books here, or at least most of them?
Once again, this sickle reaches out and it curls over the desk and taps a little sign. And that sign says, reading lessons every blah blah blah.
What do you mean every blah 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 and not Aries? What's blah
every
blah blah?
Walden's Day.
Every what?
Oh, I'm
Blah, blah, blah,
sorry. You thought that it was standard day names? No.
I knew it wasn't standard day names. I didn't expect that shit.
It's Walden's Day.
Walden's Day, all these fantasy names, Tuesday.
Oh, don't worry. When you said that, I immediately started writing down a system.
Of course you did. It's Tuesday.
Walden's Day is spelled Woldensdei.
Of course it is.
Why? 'Cause heck you.
Of course it is.
I'm making my calendar special.
She drums her fingers on the table. Would you happen to have, or can direct me to, a calendar and a summary of the calendar days and days of the week?
This poor librarian right now.
This is his job.
Hey, I got yet another question.
It once again points to an aisle, and if you were to go down it, the aisle would be mostly books comprising things like astronomy and things of that nature. Astronomy, meteorology.
She
Stuff like
inclines her
that.
head, says, "Thank you." Goes to that particular aisle and then searches for baby's first day of the week or something. We're looking for something real basic.
Best you can find is like a long form historical record on a scroll. More like marking eras and their cutoff times as opposed to anything else.
She clicks
Hello,
her
Drago.
tongue. Well, that'll be another question for Harker then. She slides the scroll back to where it was. And then moves to leave the library.
Alright. You leave the library, I assume Florence as well?
Fuck this library.
Man, books are stupid.
Books are stupid. Burns down library.
Rob's library. Rob's librarian. Come here,
Rob's
librarian.
library.
As they're standing in the hallway, she clicks her gauntleted hand again, tapping her own palm with it, and looks to Harker and says, "I'm a little bit unfamiliar with the way folks track their days and nights here, as well as the months and seasons. You said this was the first day of Eventide, yes? And it is
Yes.
I'm assuming that it wasn't actually a Tuesday, or is it, Aries?
It is a Tuesday.
Yeah, Tuesday. So
Alright.
saith me.
I'm going to assume that it's spelled Tuesday with a D-E-I instead?
It is, in fact, spelled with A-D-E-I. But also, it's not spelled like
Aries.
Tuesday.
Yeah, yeah. Just Tuesday. Perfect.
What months, or what is the year broken into sections by? We have Eventide and...
I haven't figured out the months yet. I'm just gonna tell you there's 10 months.
10 months. How many days of the week?
There are 6 days of the week.
6 days of the week. When is Walden's Day? Tomorrow?
Walden's Day is 2 days from now.
2 days from now. Tuesday is 2 days from...
Do you want the days of the week? Because I can give you that.
Sure, why not?
Okay, first day of the week, Tuesday.
Aries,
Second
you
day.
little shit.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Heck you. Second day, Ubin Day.
Boobin day.
Ubin, U-B-E-N?
Yep.
Boobin.
Alright.
Third day, Walden's Day.
Got it.
Fourth day, Scovel Day.
S-K-A-V-E-L?
Yes.
Got it.
Boobin it out.
The next day, Or Day.
O-R-D-E-I?
Yep.
Yep.
And then Fell Day.
F-E-L-D-E-A-I? D-E-I.
Yeah.
She memorizes this. Says, "Fair enough. I'm gonna need those months and whatnot too, Aries. Points."
You can deal with that at a later time. For now, that's... You get Eventide.
She nods her head, looks at Florence and says, "Where you want to go? I've done everything that I'm curious about at the moment."
It is the early hours of the morn, and you have not slept since last night.
So like, but we already got up. Like we slept and then we're up now.
No, you have been up for a long time.
Also,
We
you
should,
got the crap beat out of you.
We should take a nap and then share beds to save money, or something. Anyway, I'm wounded. Ow, shit. What are my consequences, Aries?
You don't have any consequences.
Because
remember, you took the being removed from the situation.
Oh yeah.
So you don't have
that
any
was-
long-term consequences. You were very minorly injured, and it was dealt with.
Hmm.
Well, not minorly injured. It sucked, but it's not going to have any long-term effects. It didn't hit anything important,
Band-aids
and
were
the
applied.
injury is yeah.
Boo-boos were patted, and the little redhead kissed the boo-boos better, so you're okay.
She, in fact, did not kiss them better, but you might have hallucinated that. Who knows?
Hey, thinking about it, should we find a specific doctor we trust, or should we just rely on who we get here?
Is Florence saying that to her?
Yes, to Icarus. Icarus!
It could be a good thing to have in our pocket if we end up needing to do so out in the field, or if we need something that the church cannot provide.
Like some kind of deer doctors.
Like something like she seems to search for the word. A street doctor.
Yeah, I think
An
I might know a
apothecary.
few.
She snaps her fingers.
An apothecary.
It seemed to take her a moment to find the word.
It'll probably have to be one that's willing to. We'll probably have to pay him a lot, maybe. Might be worth it though. He kind of
Yeah.
gestures to his wounds. You never know what might come next. I mean, it was blood. How was I supposed to know it was gonna attack me?
It's fair. She comments. And she also says, you spent most of your life in this city, correct? Are you aware of any doctors around? Any apothecaries that we might be able to visit? I assume,
Born.
given your posture, that you've at least been to a doctor once or twice, or an apothecary.
Yeah, I have. I think so. Aries, how do I go about having contacts and such? Like, how does that all work?
You would roll it like a skill to see if you happen to know anyone like that.
Okay, so Ori done diddly done pointed out, right? That been living here whole life, all that good stuff, right? Would that be like? I guess it's not an aspect. I do have.
I would argue.
Aha! +3 contact.
I would argue that Thug with a Heart of Gold could be invoked here, Bendy, because you would probably have pretty good relations with the folks who are able to patch you up and do things for you while you're in a city, yeah?
Yeah, I agree, right, Aries?
Helping Bendy along gives Bendy a hug.
Going to say no.
Ah,
Outrageous mutiny. Hold on.
outrageous.
Because Thug with a Heart of Gold would imply that you, in fact, did not often get particularly hurt.
Alright, you see that green gem? That's what happens when you go against my wishes. Alright, so I'm gonna roll contacts then.
Alright.
Yeah?
While he's doing that, I'm going to step away real quick because I need to get more tea.
I'm also going to have to step away soon.
So that's neutral, and that's
A 3?
yeah, 3.
With a 3, you do have a contact. There have been a couple times, not many, but a couple where you have been roughed up beyond the point of healing the natural way. And you were taken to this particular doctor. You can choose the name of them if you wish.
Hagrid.
Cool. You're going to want to write that down, probably.
I'm gonna put in my extras.
Okay. And this person is very much a street surgeon. They are known for perhaps going a little overboard in some instances, as well as they have a bit of a tremor that they like to solve with alcohol.
Hey, I'm still here.
You are.
Yay, contact. So now, maybe we can get some like consequence mitigation later on. Who knows?
Who knows?
Fix me up, Dr. Man. Or actually, this is a woman.
while Miri is AFK, I am also going to go AFK, take a very short break, so that I can deal with all the water I've been drinking, and Bendy can also take a second to step away from anything. And then we will be right back.
I'm not looking at chat right. Okay, there it is. Perfect. I'm not looking at chat right now, but I just want you all to know that I agree with all your opinions. I think that last thing you said was very clever, and I am specifically happy to see every one of you here. Okay, awesome. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I've never, I mean, well, I have, but I feel like I didn't do a very good job. And actually, I've done this 3 times, but the very, very first time, like, it was, we did 1 session and then nothing happened. So that was my first impression of tabletop. So
Oh, did
yeah,
Bendy
Bendy.
share some of his background stories?
Nope, I didn't do so. No, I sat here in silence.
Did we gain rapport with Bendy? And we have
No.
the rapport conversation like in Fire Emblem with him?
Nope. Afraid not. We're still a level 0 stranger.
Level 0 stranger. Ew.
Yeah, I'm level 1 thug. Watch out, I'm gonna become level 99 boss.
No, it's still level 99 thug.
Yeah, but I'm still level 99.
Oh, my scaling went directly to strength.
I'm glad Nom picked up on my little subliminal hints there.
Bendy, let's see if I recall. Bendy has played once very, very long time ago, and it didn't really go anywhere. Bendy has played a few sessions between Nom's campaign and whatnot, alongside me and a couple of other people. And this one, yeah?
Yep, pretty much.
Bird is back.
Welcome back, Bird.
Hey, yo. I'm sorry, I had to take a bathroom break.
It's okay.
She had to piss.
You see, the secret is that anytime I need to step away from the computer for any real reason, I'm getting more tea. It's always tea.
See, the thing is, I don't care if they know that I use the restroom, because everybody does.
Nah, girls don't use the restroom.
Well, yeah, but girls do use the restroom, but it is for powdering noses and peeing, because go piss girl.
And gossip.
And gossip. And makeup.
Oh, yeah.
Is that where you guys invent your lies?
And blood sacrifices.
Oh, yeah. Hot chip. Blood sacrificing.
I had a physical stress. Is that gone now as of this session or no?
As of this session, your stress ends, and as long as the fight resolves on a new session, your stress is cleared.
Cool. Gotcha.
Is how we are going to run it.
Run it back, run it back.
Because at this point, you are probably feeling fine and recovered.
Oh, let me add in them notes. Ori, we found a great success.
Ooh. What'd you find? What'd you share? Tell me. Words.
Tremble.
Hagrid, street surgeon. Won't kill you, mobilized. It has a tremble, but a stiff drink. Hey.
There you go, Hagrid.
And don't forget, they're also a bit too eager.
Oh boy, I sure do like cutting people. Mm. He's just
Poor night, your skin is so soft. So pliable. Yes.
He's
so removable.
He's a dock boy. He's a dock boy orc with like a very poor human disguise, but I mean he still gets the job done.
Boy, I ain't no Humi, or I ain't no orc boy. Cave and Merc, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pet.
Had to be.
I like how they say "ahoy, ahoy" in the ocean.
Hey.
So, it is now very late into the night. You have done a lot today.
Wait, it is?
Yes, it has. You've been doing all of this in the early hours of the morning, and by early hours, I mean like 2 a.m.
Oh. So I thought you meant like it went over and it's like 8 p.m. I was like, what the fuck were we doing?
No, it is about 2 a.m.
Cool. So you do have a doctor contact. Icarus will take down or remember the name of this person. Do you know whereabouts they usually operate, Florence?
Down there by the near where the what do you call them people that like empty out cesspits? You call those people?
That is an auspicious location for a doctor.
Yeah, they're where they offload their luggage. Smells pretty bad.
Ah, awful carriers. She says,
I will say that there is plumbing in this city.
not in the slums, I bet.
In the slums, you're not putting it in a pit. You're just putting it in the street.
That's worse
There's
somehow.
poop everywhere.
Gestures at medieval London.
Yeah, I prefer the cesspits. Leave it to the poor to empty it out.
The city does have basic plumbing.
Auri's ruining my damn fun.
You do, in fact, poop into a hole and it leaves.
You do, in fact, poop into a hole and it leaves. Fancy.
Like on its own?
It just skitters away. That's more
Oh my
concerning.
god. Okay, here's how the wizard tower works, right? At the bottom of the toilet is a rune, and when the turd hits the rune, it brings it to life, and it grows legs and crawls out of a little tunnel and runs into the woods.
A turdarantula?
No. Smash cut. There's like a drawn out Mortal Kombat in the sewers below the city between an ambulatory turd and a fully sized rat.
Yeah, the turd pulls out a corn and carves a shank with it.
Okay.
Sorry, that's gross.
We have to stop here.
Hey, this is my toilet. Hey.
You have said Doctor is near.
Let's just say
garbage people. We'll say garbage people.
Garbage people.
Wow, that's kind of rude to say. They're poor. They're not garbage.
Yeah,
Anyways.
God.
Florence dies.
No.
Roll a new character.
No. I refuse. Cries. Protest. Gets Auri to defend me. Auri, defend me.
The tangent was a good
better
one,
do it.
Aries. He deserves to be here.
Fine, you can stay, ugh.
That's what I thought. I'm just kidding.
Don't push your luck. I'm really tempted to open up this drawer here because it's got Nom's piece in front of it, and I wonder if there's anything in there.
This drawer.
I ain't gonna tell.
I'll tell you, there's nothing in there.
It's in
Nom's
this
character
drawer.
has not been made yet.
Nom's character is neat. They have big hair. That's the one defining feature.
So, focusing back on the game.
Yeah.
Wait.
Harker is going to say, I recommend you get your sleep soon. You will likely be given another mission to tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm. You should probably take your rest too, Harker.
Yeah, I will be okay. You two should go to sleep.
Well, care to lead us to our quarters again?
He bows, and he starts walking.
What I thought.
You are led to your quarters, which are much as they were left. Very basic. You have a bed, you have a window, you have a wardrobe, a chest, table, and chair.
Sleep well, Florence. And Icarus goes into her room. She throws a
You
iron
go?
stove door to Florence. You forget, Betty, I have one. I was nice. She gave me one. I have an iron stove door on a stick.
That's mean. I want one on Aries. My iron door on stick.
No PvP. You sleep. That's what you do. You go bed.
I'm gonna scribble on the iron stove door Florence discipline stick.
With what?
Yeah.
I'm not going to. It was a joke. I thought about it.
Yeah.
I kind of want to.
You sleep. Time passes.
Ages come to pass. The wheel of time turns.
When you are both awoken by fairly rapid knocking on your doors, there is sunlight streaming through the little diamond glass windows in your rooms.
Icaros had awoken fairly recently, and she had been using the toolbox that was given to her by the nice quartermaster Ingrid to maintain her equipment and whatnot.
Nerd.
Yeah, absolutely. And she'll go to her door and open it.
On the other side of the door is Harker. Good morning, Hunter.
Good morning, Harker.
Are you and your companion prepared?
Yes. She puts her helmet back on, which had been in her hand.
Harker looks at the door that leads to Florence's room, still closed.
Florence just opens the door, walks out silently, and just enters Icarus's room for some reason. Stands around, lingers.
She catches him before he gets in the room and then just gently pushes him back outside.
I'm just looking down.
You ask first, then.
Hunters.
Yes, Harker.
Yes, little boy. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. I apologize, Aries. I'll be a better being.
Good, Bendy. You have been given another assignment.
Oh, jeez. Well, there's nothing for it. I guess we ought to go see what they want.
She steps outside of her door and then says, "What is the process for this, Harker?" While closing her door.
I lead you to the person handling the assignment, and they will give you the appropriate information, and you will conduct your investigation and or task as you see fit, and then we'll report accordingly as promptly as you are able.
Very well. Lead on then, Harker.
Harker leads on, assuming you both follow.
Yes.
Following.
Good. You are brought through many hallways, many doors, like an entire 3 of them.
3 whole doors? I've never seen 3 whole doors in my life.
3 whole doors. Until you are brought into this room full of desks and clutter and a nightmare of people scribbling and moving things around, etc.
Smells like a midlife crisis.
Yeah, except with a lot more ink.
Yeah.
And Harker brings you up to our favorite redhead, Cheryl, who is holding in one hand a stack of these like clay tablets, and in the other hand is using it to direct people, basically. You all walk up. She gives her full attention to all of you. Sorry, one sec.
Icaros
Dog going
inclines
crazy.
her. You're okay. Icaros inclines her head in greeting and says, "Good morning, Cheryl.
Well,
you,
good morning.
You seem to wear quite a few hats around here. Medical, nun, office worker, clerical."
Well, we do a lot of things here, and as you may be able to tell, we don't have enough people to have everyone do a single thing. Besides, I like to have a little bit of hands-on experience with all the goings-on here.
Keeps things efficient, and you can help where you need to be.
Exactly. Speaking of help where it needs to be, I have something that you two need to be doing for me.
Florence is just looking down at her in a certain way. This woman fascinates him oddly.
Florence immediately flustered by the first redhead we find.
This is
Cheryl.
he's seen one before. I'm sorry, my bad.
Cheryl goes through her tablets and then hands you both one of them.
Like a stone tablet?
No, it's like a wooden writing tablet, so it's basically a wooden frame with clay inside of it on one side that has been written in with a stylus.
Icarus.
I can't read, he says out loud.
Well, you should probably learn. We use a lot of written words here.
I've got you covered, Florence, at least until you're able to learn. Yes?
Alright, fine. I didn't realize the church was a bunch of nerds. He says somewhat half-heartedly, like he doesn't, you know.
You know, we teach children how to read on Woden's Day.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that tangent now.
Yeah, but can you teach men?
I don't know. Do you know any?
I'll get you.
That's not ominous at all, Bendy. I'll get you.
Well, I look forward to the day you try.
I don't know what I'm into.
If he ends up causing any trouble, Miss Ingrid below found that throwing an iron stove door at him worked pretty effectively.
Oh, I don't think I'll need the stone or the iron door.
How is this dynamic existing even in roleplay?
You made this happen. This
No,
is your
I
fault.
didn't.
You did. You walked into this with open arms.
She does pat you on the shoulder, Florence. And you're pretty sure that you would have to work to pat someone on the shoulder as hard as she just pat you.
Bendy, you're being called out in my chat, by the way.
What? No. What? What did I do wrong? What?
It's beautiful. Icaros, with a little bit of laughter in her voice, says, "Thank you, Cheryl."
Of course. Everything you need should be on that tablet. So, if you'll excuse me. And then she goes back to managing the circus around her.
Have fun. And she steps away from Cheryl and gestures for Florence to follow her as well. Let's see what we have here.
I see. Oh, good lord.
Good heavens, she's giving me the vapors.
What's the tablet say?
Then he says,
I'm gonna get you.
let me get back to the bestiary. See if you can look up on anything about brats.
I don't think you will.
Wrong section, Icaros says.
The tablet on it has very sparse information. It basically says that there is one Dr. Arnef who lives on 87 Stilt Street who has recently been reported missing. Investigation required. Estimated required entourage 2 hunters.
Investigation required. Well, not
I
a-
apologize. I didn't catch that sentence, Aries. Like, break up on me a little bit.
Okay.
Pat, pat. The little tablet you got with the job on it, mission, says that someone disappeared named Dr. Arnif,
Mm-hmm.
and they live on 87 Stilt Street. Investigation required. Estimated 2 hunter entourage needed.
Icaros communicates that information to Florence. Dr. RNF, 87 Stilt Street, has recently been reported missing and required investigation. Estimated 2 hunters required. She relays.
Would Florence be familiar with this address?
Make a roll.
Okay. That wouldn't be contacts or anything, would it?
Could be if you want to know this person.
Yeah, sure. I mean, why not? I mean, I have the skill for it. He's been around town.
Hmm.
Probably
Also,
gave some loans out to these guys.
also be careful while you were pressing buttons, you were in your extras section.
Oh, shoot. I was wondering why my camera wasn't moving. Alright. Hiya! I know the fuck out of this guy.
Oh.
He did, in
Hell,
fact, know the fuck out of that guy.
Yeah, I dated him once.
So, Dr. Arnif, you have heard of before.
Yeah.
He is considered one of the more legitimate but eccentric doctors around town. Like, he does things the very proper way, but he's kind of weird. Gives off vibes. So you never really went to him personally.
Oh yeah, I know this guy, Florence said. He's a weird doctor, that's for sure.
That's convenient. Do you
wonder-
know about whereabouts he would be at?
Aries, what I know about where he's at, or not where he's at, but like where he lives.
He lives on 87 Stilt Street.
Okay, do I know 87 Still Street?
You know Stilt Street?
Yes, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know where it is in the city. It is a
Yep.
street like many others.
Yeah, I know this guy's place. I've heard he just kind of blinks a little bit. I've heard other people say some stuff about him. Like he's pretty good, but yeah, I didn't trust him with it. I went to the garbage lady.
She nods her head slowly, doesn't question what he just said, and she glances at Harker.
Yes, Hunter?
Is there a map of the city that we could take with us?
I know the way, but also yes.
There is multiple maps of the city if you need. There's in fact one right over here. It leads you to one of the tables that is. It has a fair number of people around it, but laid out, well, more so carved into it, is a general map of the city.
General map, not street names and whatnot, or no?
No street names, but there are like little sheafs of paper laying around that have certain street names on them.
Okay. We determine where exactly Stilt Street would be based on this map, or is it too general?
Realistically, Florence would be able to.
Okay. Then lead on, Florence.
Florence leads them to where they are going, to this here address, the 87th Stilt Street. He says hello, greets people, At one point through their journey, he kind of ushers Icaros into the alleyway as they make their way, and he's like, I owe that guy money. And they continue on.
She nods
And I
her
guess
head,
they arrive.
understanding. She's got her halberd balanced on her shoulder and is just watching Florence in his element.
Yeah, He doesn't even do a crime.
Florence moves deftly through the streets. Seems that he is, at the very least, known, has some sort of reputation. And just to be clear, Harker did end up staying at the cathedral.
That's I was actually going to ask that.
And if you were, while you were leaving, asked, he would have explained that he is not allowed to leave. And he is there to help you when you are there.
Nuts.
But otherwise, you will have to make do without him. So?
Tell him to get back here immediately.
You walk through the streets. Much of it is as Florence here described. Not bustling, but there's people going about. It is the morning after all. And you take some turns. You obviously have to cross one of the rivers. And you end up in this part of town that's not great, not terrible. The houses are kind of small and cramped, but it looks pretty welcoming. And Florence, you are aware that this is not a bad part of town. And specifically, oopsie, that's bad. Don't pay attention to that. Anyway. When you get to 87 Stilt Street, the building, like many of the others around it, is a 2-story plaster and wood house.
Plaster and wood. Ikaros looks around while they're walking this place, and she comments, "This city is huge." How do you
Florence
not get
comments
lost?
back. I see. I mean, when it's your whole world, you'd have no choice but to learn it.
That's fair.
Yeah, you know me. I'm the fair guy, and he begins walking up to the door, and he just tries the front door.
He can actually hear a note of respect in Ikaros' voice too. She would defer to him in this situation, in this locale.
You try the door.
He glances back at her and with cracks a smile, and he says, "Now I'll let you read the books." Okay, sorry, Aries.
You're okay. You try the door. It is unlocked.
Hey, he just goes in. What's good, homie? Nice place.
You go in. The first floor seems to be a sort of living area mixed with, it seems about half of it to a quarter of it has been converted into a sort of general work area. With a desk and a long table next to it. Shelves everywhere, including or filled with things ranging from what Florence would know are general doctory like tools and weird things, as well as things you would ostensibly need to live. Including
Doesn't look. Sorry.
Yeah. That's fine. And then there's other furniture, chairs, normal table,
like a
fireplace.
human creature. I am so rude interrupting you, goodness gracious. Florence kind of pokes at the medical tools and he's like, I don't think he's on a house call. And also while he does that, he reaches into his pocket, right? And I assume, and tell me if this is okay. He reaches into his pocket and, oh geez, what's that thing called? He got, let me, oh man, okay. He reaches into his pocket. Yeah, Hey, that Castus thing? What's that called again?
Cestus?
Cestus. I knew that. That's a thing. Yeah, he reaches into his pocket and he just go ahead and he puts it on as he, keeps an eye out around the house.
Alright. You see him put on some very basic cestus. Leather wrappings with some iron plates over the knuckles.
Icaros bends down a little bit to enter the door and then closes the door behind us. Right. So, he's a doctor. Doctors will occasionally go and see their patients, but he has disappeared long enough for the church to get a request to find him. So, Florence, I'll defer to you to see if you can find anything a little bit odd or off about how things are here. And if you find any pieces of paper with writing on it on a desk or otherwise, make sure to hold on to it and bring it to me. He may have written a note or have some information on where he went.
Well, listen, if he's been gone that long, I know exactly where he is. In a shallow grave somewhere.
Probably, but we need to find out where that shallow grave is, and possibly bring whoever did it to justice.
Justice, huh? Well, he maneuvers over to the. He takes a glance. He walks through the middle of the room, and he tries to take notice of just the general tidiness of the place. Are there things thrown about? Does it look like someone left on their own or was taken? Yada yada yada.
Roll something perception related. Notice, investigate, etc., etc.
I believe I sure have
You
nothing.
may have an opportunity here too, Bendy. Consider your aspects too.
My aspects.
You also still have an open skill slot.
Open skill slot. Oh, shit. You know, a man of the streets, right? Not like that.
The streets
would have. What about is observation a skill?
Notice is the standard fate skill for looking at stuff.
Okay, I feel
Ability
like
to notice things.
I feel like a dude like Florence would have a keen sense around himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for the tone and vibe of what's going on.
Right. Then
So,
roll notice.
and that's gonna be +2. Auri.
Oh, yeah.
Dice has been real nice to me lately. Let's go.
You said something.
No, yeah, that's a reroll, right? So that would be
A 1.
you know, a 1. Oh yeah, I have
He's
a
got-
+2.
He's got 2
I'll
dice. Oh, that was
I'll pay to
minus-
reroll. I'll pay to
Okay.
reroll.
You roll. I don't have much reason to compel you to. You're both acting very in character.
Thank you.
I hate this.
What'd you roll?
Same damn thing.
Alright. So with your +1, you enter the room. You look around.
Can I use a fate?
To invoke an aspect, yes.
To invoke one of Florence's aspects.
Mm-hmm.
Manhunter.
Oh.
Someone who hunts people, tries to find them when they're hiding, whether it's from a bounty or from someone looking for them, would be able to notice things that someone without that experience might otherwise miss.
Yep. That's acceptable. So a
Hey,
+3.
Let's go, Ori. Pats her on the head, gives her a flower and everything.
Next time you got to do that yourself. my
But
get my fate points.
But I didn't.
So-
It didn't cost me anything, Ori.
You look through the room. You walk through it as you look at it. And with your +3, you notice that there is a fine layer of dust on most everything. There is no ash in the fireplace. And the desk, it's like a desk with drawers and such. The desk itself, the things on it are very unkempt. Some of the drawers are left slightly open, and there are some little bits of stationery and things on the floor.
Hmm.
And also, just to be clear, there is stairs to a second floor.
Florence kind of gestures over to the desk. Says, doesn't look like anybody fought here, but looks like to me someone was a little bit in a hurry. I bet you they took something with them. One of those, what do you call them, paper documents? Anyway, there's a layer of dust here. Maybe you should check the desk, and I have a hunch, and I'm gonna see if this man took any clothing with him, because he hasn't been here in a while. Look at the dust. And if he didn't take clothes with him, then he probably was forced to leave.
She nods her head. Good spotting. I'll take a look at the desk. You're heading upstairs then?
Yep. And he kind of jogs up the steps. And
Right.
he has his hands up a little bit when he goes around the corner. He isn't too sure. But,
Alrighty. We will start off with Florence, I believe.
Okay.
You go up the stairs. They are creaky. You get to the second floor. The top of the stairs is a hallway leading to 3 doors.
He tries it. He tries the first door, and honestly, unless there's something particular, he's looking for a bedroom.
Which door do you try, left, middle, or right?
Oh, sorry. He tries the middle door. Yes.
You open the middle door, and inside is what looks like kind of a poor man's study. There is another desk, a far more comfortable looking chair, and then a large number of chests and some smallish bookshelves that are all empty because all of their contents are scattered across the floor. The chests are thrown open, various things, jars, random bits and bobs tossed around from out of them.
Florence crouches over the ransacked mess, and he looks to see if he sees anything of real conventional value. Bond documents, freaking jewelry, coins, anything that would seem like something someone would take, like him.
You don't see anything of that nature. Most of it seems to be clerical materials and random things that would be used by a doctor.
He gets up, stands up, he goes around the desk, and he quietly, so like when you say desk, is this like essentially a medieval table, or is it a furnished desk with drawers?
It's a furnished desk with drawers.
Okay.
The drawers are thrown open.
Mm-hmm.
And on the top of the desk is a leather-bound book and various writing utensils.
He picks up the leather-bound book, and he comments to himself, no doubt. They wanted someone to find this. And he remembers that probably this is a better room for his comrade to explore. And he remembers it, and he walks out. And do I continue, or?
At that point, I will cut to Icaros downstairs.
Okay. So, the area around this desk and whatnot, you said there were stationery and certain things scattered around, right?
Mm-hmm.
She wants to do a quick once-over of the stationery and the top of the desk and any objects that are on it to see if there is anything that has writing or some other indicators on it.
There are a bunch of sheafs of paper and parchment that do have writing on them. The stuff on the desk is mostly, like on the top of the desk, is very clearly used doctory tools.
Mm-hmm. The writing on the papers. Anything useful?
Glan-
Skim it.
Glancing through them, it mostly seems to be the majority of the papers have a name at the top, and then a list of what seem to be symptoms, and then a record of treatment given.
Are they dated?
They are.
What's the one with the most recent date?
The most recent that you can find is about a month old.
Alright, most recent date is a month old. And what information is on that paper?
On that paper it has a name, does... The name is Gretchen Tinpot, we'll go with.
Like that, Gretchen Tinpot.
And the list of symptoms are very standard. Things like a raspy cough, pain in the ankles and wrists, as well as swelling in the ankles. As well as sorry, trying to remember a word. Colic in inclement weather.
Oh, hi Mads! Thank you very much for the raid, and welcome to you and your 10 beans. We are doing a tabletop referred to as a bump in the night, and it is a campaign run by Aries, who is the one farthest off to my right, your left. It is a horror campaign and can be a little bit spooky, so if you are a little spooked by that, please have a good day and make sure to manage it. If you need to go, you can go. Be good. After skimming through that, is there any other information on that piece of slip of paper?
Treatment given, the name of something you don't know.
Alright. Some sort of medicine or chemical, she mutters to herself.
Everwort's tincture.
Everwort's tincture?
Mm-hmm.
Out of curiosity, she glances at the treatment section of the other pieces of paper.
There's a lot of different ones.
Okay. She discards them and puts them in a small stack aside, probably on the seat of the desk. And she folds the piece of paper around before moving upstairs.
Before then, would you be so kind as to roll something notice related?
Something notice related? Okay.
Notices.
Something that would let you perceive something.
1.
A 1?
Yep.
Alright. You continue upstairs. 2. Find Florence coming downstairs.
Anything
I do believe that's
interesting?
what you were doing, right, Florence?
Well, no, I was about to try
Okay.
the other doors. Yeah.
Then never mind. You walk up to Florence walking out of her room.
Anything
Hi.
interesting?
He gestures with a thumb behind him, to the door that would be right ahead of her. Yeah, room full of books and papers and whatnots.
Alright. The last treatment record that he had down there among the scattered stuff was for a month ago, so he hasn't been here for a while.
Shallow grave.
Quite possibly.
Either that or he's a monster or he's off making them homunculi you were talking about.
A coincidence, if so. She glances at the
I did
piece of
say it
paper
was weird.
and unfolds it. Do you know what Everwort's tincture is?
Do I?
Do you? Give me a roll. What do you think you would?
Let's go. Look, there's no reason for him to really have any advantage. So we'll just go for it. Let's see if this is just something he happens to know. That's a +1.
You think you've heard about it before? You don't know what it's for.
Let me ask you a question. Can you at least tell me this? Would I know whether or not it's like some dangerous stuff you don't want to touch?
It's medicine.
Okay. Okay, cool. So I've heard of it before. Medicine. That's about it.
That's
I've
about
heard
it.
of it, but don't know what it's really for or how to make it. But I've seen old people drink it.
Thank you for the raid, by the way, man. I see you. Pat, pat. And thank you for the shout out, Rush.
You're being observed aggressively.
Icaros nods her head and says, I didn't see anything else worth it down there, so if you want to take another glance, that's fine. If not, I'll take a look at the room that she was pointing out. And she steps around him to go into the middle door.
Florence's fingers gently brush against hers in a very wistful. No, I'm just kidding. He hold on one sec. Why is it? Oh.
What's up?
My computer threw up an alert that I have 50 megabytes free on my C drive. Oops.
Should probably clear that out at some point.
Yeah, but he maneuvers to the door that would be on the right if he had been coming up the stairs.
Florence not mentioning anything about the one thing.
Wait. Oh yeah, that's right. He as she's passing by, he kind of he takes the book and kind of paps it against her front. Oh yeah, I found this.
He takes the little book.
It is a little book, bound in leather, very plain.
Bound in leather, very plain, he says.
I'll take a look
I'm
at
sorry, I won't do that again.
You look at it, and at immediate first glance, it seems to be a journal. There are dates and there are entries.
Okay. Let's see if we have one that matches up with the most recent symptom. It's a journal, she says.
That's like where you write your big boohoos and your feelings and stuff, right? Or is that
Close enough.
So what are you looking at in the journal?
We're going to look at the most recent entry.
The absolute most recent entry?
Mm-hmm.
The most recent entry, the one near the back of it, there's some empty pages left, but near the back is the date, because you looked through. The date on this one is an unlegible scribble. And the page is just covered in the word hungry over and over.
She frowns. Flips to the previous entry.
The previous entry says, I'm so close. I can feel it. I know that I'm almost there.
And what is that one dated?
That one is dated a little over 2 weeks ago.
Second most recent one is 2 weeks ago. It's throwing off. The most recent entry is very garbled and would have been within the last couple of weeks. She starts to look around a little bit more warily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what about it?
She holds the page out to him with the most recent entry, where it's just scribbled and almost illegible. She points at the word on it and says it's just hungry, repeated over and over again.
He looks at it, does his he rubs his chin again. No, you can hear the sound of his stubble. And then he's like, "Oh yes, yes." He leans back and he says, you know, considering the nature of our work, I mean, if we were he thinks a little bit more. You know, thinking about it, seems like the man may have went crazy. Considering our line of work, he's probably not a person anymore. And frankly, I suspect the church already knew that.
Yes.
Otherwise, why the hell are we here? The constable could be doing this.
It's true. The only thing that it really... She clicks her tongue and says, remember what I told you about the vampire neonate? The intense hunger that it experiences in the first part of the transformation?
He snaps his finger. He's like, damn, you're right. Oh, shit.
And if this is true, then this one has had a couple of weeks. Which means it should be as strong as it can be. So, be very careful. She glances around, and then... Go ahead.
Well, I think while we have daylight, should we... Do you think it's still here?
Quite possibly. Are there windows up here, Aries?
Not in the hallway, but the study that's still open. There was a window, yes.
And is the window open?
No. It's closed.
She gestures for Florence to follow her, and then she goes into the study, and using the tip of her halberd, tears down the curtain.
There isn't a curtain. It's a shuttered window.
She opens it up then.
Okay, you open it up. You see the lovely view of a little bit of light and the 10 or so feet to the house behind the one you are currently in.
Alright.
Hey, so I was thinking, while it's still light out, and how early is it? What time is it now, Aries?
At this point, probably would be around 10 or 11. Just before noon.
Okay. He says, you know, while we still have daylight, do you think we should, I don't know, buy a few bottles and fill them with water and salt, or?
Probably a decent idea. We're not close to the sea here, last I recall, so...
Well, I mean, you can buy, there's salt to be bought in the city.
She nods her head. We'll take a quick look downstairs. He may have had some stored for his own work. Maybe he had some of it.
Check his kitchen or his pantry. If he may have been he may have been curing his own meat or keeping it in salt. And I doubt he has any meat left.
If anything, I'll rely on you to go get it while I continue looking through here. Yes?
Alright, fine.
I assume they both go downstairs. Let's see if we can find any salt stirred in here real quick.
Is there any kind of... Have we seen anything that looks like a place someone would prepare or keep food?
Yeah. There is a portion next to the fireplace that is sort of like an open pantry.
Alright. Hey, Florence meanders over there, takes a gander.
When you walk over to it, I want both of you to roll some sort of perception kind of check.
Hey, I got one of them things. Hey, let's take a look at it. That's a notice for sure. Notice me, senpai. I got a fucking 4.
All right.
I got a 1.
I got no recoil in my eyes. It's like lasers.
So,
No
Icaros, you don't pick up on this, but Florence, as you walk over to it, you notice that on the wood floor, your footsteps all of a sudden sound amplified.
Yeah.
Like there's an open space below you.
Florence stops and gives that spot a good stamp. See what he gets.
Icaros
Not
takes
like-
notice.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You get the sound of as if you had stomped on a hollow floor, as well as the rattle of wooden boards.
Florence
like the boards are loose.
Florence just looks at Icaros, assuming she's clever enough, and he just immediately starts poking around the floor trying to figure out what that's all about. Specifically seeing if he can find something to pry his fingers in.
She nods her head, and while he's doing that, she takes a quick glance for Salt.
There are various pouches and stuff right next to Florence that might contain salt.
Let's take a quick look through them then. Salt.
You find various dried herbs, a little bit of salt, and other things.
A little bit of salt and a lot of salt. How much little we talking?
Like, if you cupped your hand, it wouldn't quite fill it. Like a tablespoon.
Not a lot, but a little, she says. She hands the salt to Florence.
Well, why don't you go ahead and make some? However much we can get. Probably, I would err on giving us 1 bottle of decent concentration. I don't know if that's how it works, but I'd rather have something effective than 2 things that don't work.
She nods her head and says, I'm sure there's some empty bottles around here, and a little bit of water from my water skin will do. She goes to find an empty bottle, and sorry to interrupt.
You're fine. There are not any downstairs. As for Florence, as you are messing with the floorboards, you find that some of them are fairly easy to shift around and start pulling up.
And he begins to get purchase on them, and he lifts them up. Struggling with the fact that he's wearing a weapon, but he manages. And he kind of mentions to Icaros, that use your water skin if you have to. We'll squirt him with it.
She nods her head. While she's searching around too, she's gonna open any shutters or any windows and whatnot too.
On the first floor, there are none. And also, Florence, you pull up these floorboards, and below is an open space with wooden steps leading steeply down, and a strange sort of musty smell wafts over you the moment that you open up this space.
Nymph.
Well, there's your problem, and I think I found where he is.
She glances back.
I mean, it's a damn hole in the ground. Do we have any lights? I don't like this.
Do you have any lights?
I was asking Icaros, actually.
Icaros shakes her head. No lights on me. But there should be at least a few candles, maybe even a torch or 2. A lantern, perhaps?
I mean, we can light pieces of wood on fire and throw it down there if we have to. He points down there. I guarantee he's down there.
She nods her head and says, yeah, that's how these sorts of stories go.
If you don't mind, when we go down there, if you would take point.
Of course.
Or I don't know if that's how they would say it. Be the vanguard.
Take the front.
Take the front. There you go. Take the front.
She nods her head and says, that sounds like a good idea to me. I'll rely on you to hold the light source in that case, okay?
All right.
But first,
And
we need to find a light source.
indeed, well,
You
I mean,
both remember there were candles at the desk.
All right. Candles at the desk. I'll take a look at the other rooms real quick to see if there happens to be like a lantern by his bedside or some such. Yeah?
Yeah. We could make one. We could make a torch out of the rendered fat, but considering the journal, I'm not even gonna bother looking.
He's probably eaten all of it.
Yeah. So, Florence, I'm just gonna imagine this brief. Looks at the desk, and he basically endeavors to get a nice big fat handful of as many candles as he can get.
Okay,
right?
you get like 3 solidly long candles that haven't been burnt down to stubs.
Okay, and then I'm going to take a ye-gander at my cards real fast.
Icaros would have taken the door on the left to double check and try and find like a bedroom or something.
All right.
Florence would basically take a quick look around for any kind of rag or anything like that, and failing that, he would dump one of the spice bags onto the counter and essentially make for him, even if it's an extremely crude, something to put over his hand.
Okay.
And yeah, if he's going to use a candle, he's going to use as many candles as he can.
Icaros, you open the door to the left.
Mhm.
Inside is a small bedroom with a single bed. The floor has scattered wooden children's toys.
Ew,
The window is also a shuttered window that is partially open. There is a singular chest. And in the bed, under a darkly stained blanket, lies a small set of, at this point, mostly bones covered in oily black and brown, whatever was left of human flesh.
Well, she comments from presumably within Florence's earshot. I think we may have found why he was partly eccentric.
Huh? What? I'm having deja vu extremely, but he says, huh? Why? From the other room. And he goes ahead, he meanders on over there, you know.
All right, you go upstairs to the room, and you see what was described.
And it was a child?
A child's room with a small corpse in the bed.
Oh, fuck. I thought
Very
it was
rotten down to almost nothing but bones.
So, what would be a religious explanation, expletive or whatever? Like by the light or whatever?
By the light would work, yeah.
By the light. What kind of freak is this? You know, he glances at her. He's like, "Do you think he did this?"
She shakes her head. I think something this might have been part of what drove him to do whatever he did. Look, the covers are barely disturbed. The toys are still laying on the ground. I think he couldn't take the death, possibly of his child. She closes the door. I want to check the last room.
You open the last room. Oh.
No, go ahead. You're fine.
Okay. You open the last room. Inside is very clearly another bedroom, much larger, and with the equivalent of a queen-sized bed. There is a wardrobe and a full dresser, as well as various other things that you would find for general housekeeping and stuff, baskets and things of that nature. And in the bed is yet another corpse. This one not quite so rotten, and the sheets and bedding around it are torn and soaked with dark brown stains.
She inclines her head. Are there any features recognizable? She steps into the room while glancing up and around, just to make sure, you know?
Also, right around this time, Florence once again meanders in, taking a look around.
You see the same thing?
Yeah.
And by features, what do you mean, Icaros?
Facial features. Male, female.
While this one is not quite as rotten, I guess, as the other corpse, it is still very much... You would not be able to discern any features from when this person was alive anymore.
And it looks like the covering had been torn up, shorn away, or something like that?
It is ripped and tattered in these longer than they are wide tears.
Well, she takes a quick look around. Is there a lantern or anything by the bedside?
There is a couple candle stubs.
No such luck. Let's go ahead and head on down, she says. You found some candles, yes?
Yeah, I got a few. He holds up his hand. Hey, listen. If you want to, some soldiers would take candlesticks, even short ones, and they would take a big old daub of mud, stick it to their helmet, then take that candle, and then jam it into that mud, and they'd have a little headlight. He just kind of looks at her.
I'm familiar with the practice, and yes,
Yeah.
that sounds like an acceptable use of our time.
He smiles. Awesome. Or whatever. I need to find a better vernacular for that. But he nods approvingly.
Though
He says,
Ye old poggers.
for the she holds up a finger and says, if you care about your equipment, and she points at the bottom of the candle, melt a little bit of it, of the wax, put it on your helmet, and stick it there instead. Mud can foul the metal.
Nah, true. But he lifts a finger. How do we start a fire? Breathe,
Maybe.
Mary.
You hear me okay?
Yep.
Alright.
We
Re-invite,
can't go
please.
without you.
We're not going to be going super much longer, but
Hmm.
see if we can get through to the part that I would like to stop us at.
Nuts. What did you hear from me say last?
Bendy said, how do we light a fire? And then there was no response.
She cocks her head to the side and says, you have a flint and tinder, do you?
He just kind of laughs and says, why the hell would I have that?
She shakes her head, and then she reaches into her little travel pack and pulls out precisely that among the basics that she has in there.
Okay. Showed me there. Listen, I live it. He just grumbles and says, fine, I probably should get some too.
She takes a
Wait,
moment and
never
says,
mind. I see the point. She already has one.
you should always have a few basics on hand, and she strikes it to light one of the candles.
You light the candles? No problem.
She takes one of the candles, takes another candle, melts the bottom of the wax, and she sets it on the front of her helmet and sticks it there with the wax.
You are now a candle unicorn.
It's exceptional. It's wonderful. We go down in mines like this back in the day.
You look gorgeous. Now, light up my hand, and are we sure we're gonna do this right now, or?
Yeah, I think we are.
Alright, light me up.
She lights the candles on his
He has
hand.
a
And
hell yeah.
before they leave this room, she looks at the corpse and says, "May you find whatever end you wished, and may your spirit rest in peace." As a chant. Or a
Roll
blessing.
chanting.
0.
Okay.
When they pass the next one, she repeats the same phrase. The child's bedroom.
Okay, I'm going to use that same roll.
Okay.
Bad, bad,
Once they get back down to the main floor, she'll glance up at the candle, and glance at Florence, and says, "Let's see what he was hiding underneath the house." And she starts to step down the very narrow set of stairs. Or steep, I believe you said.
Yep. You go down the steep stairs. After getting past the rocky foundation of the house, you end up with these rough, compacted dirt walls, and ultimately you end up going down about 15 feet on these wooden stairs until you hit the bottom, and you are basically right in front of a very amateurly made wooden door.
He probably made this himself, especially if he was
Roll-
trying to conceal it.
Roll awareness.
Yeah. She's a very keen sort, and now she's keyed up for a possible fight. So she would have her senses on alert. Invoke a long discordant night hospitaller.
Alright. +2
+2. Makes it
for a total of
3.
3. While you were heading down, you smelled something that was somewhat familiar. Just lightly tickling your nose, but the smell got stronger and stronger. And as you stand in front of this door, it is foul. It is assaulting your nose. There is something dead behind this door.
She nods her head. It sounds like this is probably what's going to be behind us. Lawrence, do you feel like you want to prepare anything else, or are we going through the door?
He kind of points to, not points, but he just says, if we encounter this thing down here, just try to pin it long enough for me to, I don't know, cave his face in. He
She nods her
smiles.
head.
That or hold this candle up to his clothes, maybe that'll get him going.
Might be a little dangerous in an enclosed underground space, but we'll see. She,
For him or us?
Both of
I
us.
guess
She takes the salt from earlier and flips out one of her water skins from her travel pack.
Mhm.
She quietly, as in low to the ground, empties about half of it out before adding the salt to it, shaking, and then handing that to Florence.
Alright, and he takes it in his free hand, and he kind of works it in his hand, like gently kind of squeezing it until he gets it in a state where if he were to squeeze his hand really hard, it would essentially evacuate the contents.
Mhm.
A squirt gun, if you will. She takes her halberd in her right hand and then tests the door. Will it open?
It shifts a little bit. It doesn't seem to be held closed.
Open sesame.
She
It
pushes
does creak as you do so. You push it open. Inside, dimly lit by your candles, is Icarus. How much of your memory do you have?
Eh,
Do you have any memory of any battles?
of course. She would have quite a few battles on her hand. Though they would be a little bit vague, because it's been a while since she was involved in them. But it would be there.
What you see immediately makes you think back to some of these battles and the aftermath. What was left behind on those fields, the carnage, and the longer you look, the more you steadily realize that this might be worse than any you've seen. Inside the room is tables and barrels and boxes. Hooks and chains hang from the walls and ceiling. This room is full of many, many bodies, none of them in a single piece. Barrels with very clear arms hanging out. Legs lying in the corner, a torso here, a head there. Bits and bobs hanging from those aforementioned hooks. Most of them are human. Some, the more or less intact ones, the ones that are breeding flies that now swarm around your face, are animals, but the fresher ones definitely were people once. Otherwise, the room is empty. And that is where we will leave the session for today.
Nice.
Hey. Let's go. Booty meat.
You have found a room full of corpses.
We'll just kill them. Die,
Non-ambulant corpses.
Florence immediately rushes in and straddles one of the bodies and starts ground pounding the life out of it.
Icarus closes the door and locks it.
Die, demon! Right?
Lights the door on fire.
Lost cause.
No.
Good job,
But thank you, Nam. And thank you. I know it went a little longer than the 2 hours, but it's, I wanted you to get to this point at least.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
That's
Okay,
perfectly
that's
fine.
fine.
I'm very happy to go a little bit longer whenever you want to do something like that. Like if you want to do a longer tabletop session, I'm fine with that.
I do want to make sure that I don't go past 3 hours because I know Bemby gets very eepy.
Nah.
And
I do be getting ippy. I was
Nah.
starting to feel it.
Nah, drink energy
Yeah.
drinks. Be
Miri,
powerful. Benji.
you have a schedule to keep, elf woman.
I don't go to bed until 2 o'clock. Thank you.
What time is it now?
It is 11:47. You little shit.
And when you
That's
start
so
winding
fucking
down?
crazy that your night is just now starting.
To me?
That's nuts.
Me?
Like to me, it's like I'm at the dead end, like the tail end of that time.
Benny's like, I am suffering.
Alright, before we do anything, I'm gonna save the game.
Man, Ares is so
Alright.
rad.
Yeah, Aries did a really good job.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
As I always ask, firstly, thank you both for playing. Secondly, are there any particular parts that you enjoyed or disliked so that I know what to keep doing and what to change?
I very much enjoyed the little library scene. I wanted to continue going into it and like investigating things, but that would have been drawn out and maybe a little bit of a pain in the ass and not very interesting to hear on stream. Maybe, I don't know, but I actually very much like the doctor's house as well, and I'm interested to see where this is actually going.
I too thought the doctor house was a great fun enjoyment.
Yay!
Yes. I indeed.
I wonder
More
what
that
sort of
would give me joy.
story you two have pieced together.
I'm not very good at this part.
Pat, pat.
Okay. I experienced the movie. Okay.
As of right now, Icaros is of the mind that the older bodies up top, the ones that had almost rotted away, that's a considerable amount of time. And they've likely been there for longer than the bodies down here below. Because they're not collecting flies or anything along those lines either. With that in mind, the good doctor, probably went a little crazy and started to research something that he maybe shouldn't have, and turned himself into something. Whether or not that's a vampire or something else remains to be seen. But
He's an idiot.
He's a goober. I'm gonna burn his house down.
All right. I will keep these things in mind. And for now, that's the end of our session. Do either of you two have anything you want to say before we all go? And I continue stream something else.
I had fun. You did good. Mwah.
It was fun.
Yay.
Yeah. Everybody all around. Also, booty meat.
Pesman, you did good. You're
Nah.
getting more into it.
Nah, I was awful.
No,
No, I'm
you
just
did-
kidding. I
you-
was very
you
good.
did very good.
I'm joking, Dork.
Yeah,
Smooch.
you did very good. You played your character. You had a lot of cool banter and whatnot going on there. You did good.
We
Buddy.
even had a bit of character conflict,
Yeah,
and it didn't like ruin everything.
it's crazy. It's almost as if you are actually pretty good at this, Bendy.
All right, well, whatever you say, you're the best.
Look
You're
at
the
him.
best
He's
at
doing
this stuff.
such a good job. Picks Bendy up, scritches his cheeks. Look
All
at
right,
this boy. He's such a good job at it. He's doing so well.
I'm gonna listen.
Yeah.
Bendy, go bed.
Yeah, bedtime. Yeah.
Yeah, go bed.
Go bed.
Okay. I'll talk to you guys later. It was fun.
Bye, Bendy.
Good night, Bendy.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You saved this, right?
I did in fact save it.
Yeah. Violence.
Yeah, but before you could potentially read anything.
I'm sure I'm gonna catch one of the little things flying in the background. It's like, "Arr! It's actually a super mutant from Fallout.
The big bad evil guy is...
The big bad evil guy is John Fallout, or a Helldiver. You know, it's fine. I'm Eepy, and I
Go rest.
am probably gonna go rest in. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and your night, and that goes for Aries' chat too. Please sleep well, be good beans. I will see you Monday for some more Vigid games, probably something multiplayer, maybe a little Fallout, maybe a little Helldivers, depending on whether or not we have fully glassed Meridia or whatever it ended up going on. And it was fun. A big thank you to
You better
all
go
of
raid
my
someone.
subscribers, and a special thank you to the coffee subscribers who are Bendy and Czar and Spicer. And fine, I will raid someone. I could raid you. That would be easy. I'm gonna raid you. I'm sleepy. Here's the harpy. Buttons.
For my stream, I will be ending the stream very, very shortly and then starting it back up immediately in order to make my life not hell in regards to VODs.
Buttons,
will do that now.
Bye, everybody.
There we go. Oh wow, Miri, thank you for the raid. Hello Raiders, what were you streaming? Thank you for the raid. Hello Raiders, what were you streaming? What were you streaming, Raiders?
I don't know. What was I streaming?